Located at the south end of Amelia Island in Nassau County, American Beach was established in 1935 under the leadership of Abraham Lincoln Lewis, one of 7 co-founders of the Afro-American Life Insurance Company and one of Florida's first black millionaires. His vision was to create a beach resort as a benefit for company employees, since Florida's beaches were racially segregated until the passage of the 1964 Civil Rights Act. Lewis invited people to not only use the beach, but to become proud owners.
You're watching Titusville City TV. Stay tuned for the Titusville City Council meeting.
July 13th, 6:30 p.m. City Council meeting. We do have a quorum, so I'll call this meeting to order. And the pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk, would you please read the rules to speak?
Yes, sir. Individuals wishing to speak on public and non-public hearing agenda items must complete a sign-up card and present it to the clerk prior to the item being introduced. Those wishing to speak on quasi-judicial public hearings must complete a sign-up card and sign the oath. Sign-up and oath cards are available on the table in the council chamber. Individuals wishing to speak on non-agenda items may do so under petitions from the public present. This opportunity is offered twice in the meeting, and individuals may speak at either the first or second petitions, but not both. No sign-up card is required. Citizens should not comment on any issues more than once during the meeting. All comments except petitions and requests must address the pending issue, and citizens will be given 3 minutes to speak on all items. Citizens wishing to speak on the consent agenda must submit a comment card identifying the items of interest. Speakers shall be given 3 minutes per item. However, citizens wishing to speak on more than 3 consent agenda items shall be limited to speaking for a total of 10 minutes, regardless of the number of items.
Thank you, City Clerk. I'd like to reiterate with some of the items we have today that we're going to work on staying to that 3 minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of April 27th, May 25th, and June 8th? I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Member Jordan?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nelson? Yes. Member Stokel?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. City Manager, special recognitions and presentations.
Yes, sir, we have none, and staff does request to move a couple items. Our first request is agenda item 8C. We would like to table that item to your 27 July 21 meeting at 6:30. The second item is item 12A. We would like to move 12A to after board and commission's item 6C, so it'd be right after the Historic Preservation Board semi-annual report.
I am for that. Do we need a motion for that?
You do.
I need a motion.
So moved, sir.
I've got a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Member Jordan?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nelson? Yes. Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. City Manager.
Yes, sir. We're on item 6A at this time. This is the Titusville Environmental Commission recommendation related to low-impact development presentations. During the June 9th, 2021 regular TEC meeting, the Commission approved a recommendation that City Council invite Dr. Lisa Soto of the Marine Resource Council and Dr. Charles Jacoby of the St. Johns River Water Management District to provide information about low-impact development. The staff is preparing a presentation about LID during the July 27, 2021 Council presentations meeting before Council considers the LID ordinance. City Council has previously received a presentation from Fred Milk of the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council and 2 presentations by staff. Staff is asking Council to provide direction regarding the TEC's recommendation to invite speakers from the Marine Resource Council and St. Johns River Management District to provide information on low-impact development.
Thank you, sir. Staff, Ms. Busaka, anything you want to add?
No, sir.
Anything from Council? Call the cards, please.
Recently, the Marine Research...
It's been a while. Just your name and your address.
You need my name again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my name is Casey on Titusville Tree Team, and I live on Maryland Avenue.
Thank you.
Recently, the Marine Resource Council issued their Indian River Lagoon report card indicating that the North Indian River Lagoon deserves a grade of F. This picture taken from... Let's look at the picture first, Bill. This picture taken from the Harbor Point condominium shows algae blooms tainting the lagoon green from shore to shore. 90% of the seagrass has died, resulting in starvation death of over 300 manatees in Brevard County since January. The report goes on to say that stormwater is the primary contributor of pollution to the lagoon. Despite the many baffle boxes installed by the city, the lagoon continues to deteriorate. Marine Resource Council is advocating for local implementation of low-impact development, as has FDEP. LID would allow stormwater to infiltrate into the ground rather than run off into storm drains, which ultimately discharge into the lagoon. The lagoon will never be healthy as long as polluted stormwater is being dumped into it with every rainfall. Dr. Lisa Soto, Executive Director of the Marine Resource Council, would like to make a low-impact development presentation to City Council on July 27th at your 5:30 meeting. Dr. Soto has a doctorate from UCF in urban ecology and has worked with the FDEP and Brevard County Natural Resources Management Department. Dr. Soto would like to invite MRC Director Joni Reagan to accompany her. Joni Reagan has been the stormwater manager for Cocoa Beach for 20 years and was involved in the development of the IRL map. As per TEC's recommendation, please invite Dr. Soto and Joni Reagan, LID experts, to make a presentation on LID on July 27th at your 5:30 meeting following staff's LID presentation. Thank you very much.
Ms. Kay, just for planning purposes, and you may have said that, how long would that presentation be?
Well, I asked the city manager that same question, and he said that was up to council.
What I'm getting at is, does this particular person have a presentation? Normally, if I have a presentation, I kind of know I have a 5-minute or 10-minute or 20-minute.
Well, I understand the whole meeting is an hour long and that staff has an LID presentation.
Correct.
And so, I
Okay.
would assume that there was a certain amount
No.
of time afterwards, and I'm in contact with Dr. Soto, and I will give her your bidding.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Next card, please.
That would be Stan Johnston.
Stan Johnston. I'm representing myself as me. I'm a professional engineer. I'm licensed to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. In this case, we're talking about the Indian River. And this LID ordinance is it's an embarrassment, is the way I look at it, because the people speaking have been speaking not from a professional engineer standpoint. They're not professional engineers. They're not practicing people. They're more theoreticians. You might have somebody from Brevard County Natural Resources, somebody who doesn't even design it. And we had recently someone who came in who does the design and spoke. And he spoke not very well of this particular issue. Now, I want you to understand is when Mr. Klein was showing you that pollution of the river, I want to say is upstream. We've got problems. We got and the river has been polluted long before these algae blooms. Long before these algae blooms. In other words, we've had dead zones. In other words, I can look at 20 years ago, and it looks like about all the needlefish are gone, and the seahorses and the starfish and all this kind of stuff, which I have caught before. So we've got problems long before this LID stuff. In fact, nobody's testing for poisons, pollutants, and so forth in the river. And right upstream, we don't have the amphibians. They're gone. They're gone because of the pollution. So start looking for something else too, and have professionals. So I'm approving of what this is, but you're not going far enough. You're not going far enough on the river at all. It's a dead zone. It's not a dead zone 3 years ago or today. It's been a dead zone for many years. And the thing is, we're not addressing it. We're looking at algae blooms now. Long before the algae blooms, this has been a horrible place. Sewage been drained into the river for years, indiscriminately. We just had an example of that. So I'm asking you to look further into this problem and have some tests done, because we have indicators red flags saying, hey, you know, these moths, I don't see a Luna moth anymore. I don't see a Cecrophia moth anymore. I don't see what do you call them, scorpions. A lot of things, it's a dead zone for many things upstream, not just in the river, not just saying stormwater is the pollutant. I mean, you can go back 15 years, 20 years, and you see, we got problems. I mean, there was hardly anybody fishing at the piers because why? It hadn't been for just recently. It's been for a long time. Fish, when you cut a fish open, it looks like maggots coming out of it. And that's what we're talking about 20 years ago, 25 years ago. Thank you.
Next card, please.
William Klein.
I'm Bill Klein from 3 Indian River Avenue in Titusville. I strongly approve of inviting Dr. Soto and Joni Reagan to discuss LID. LID can reduce stormwater runoff and beautify our communities. The implementation of LID is a fundamental aspect of protecting and restoring the Indian River Lagoon. During the P&Z meeting, they unanimously recommended requiring an LID to accomplish only 50% reduction of stormwater runoff. They must not understand that the IRL is in peril and only rated an F in water quality. Titusville should require a 90 to 100% reduction in stormwater runoff. Studies in Florida have shown pollutants such as road residues, pesticides, fertilizers, pet waste, and other pollutants enter our waterways through stormwater runoff. An estimated 80 to 95% of the heavy metals entering the Florida waters are the result of untreated stormwater runoff. Natural processes that would otherwise retain, cleanse, and filter stormwater have been reduced by the impervious surfaces, roads, and rooftops associated with traditional urban development. The majority of the pollution in the IRL around Brevard County comes from past development that did not conform to LID. This has caused larger and longer lasting algae blooms that have killed the seagrasses. This has caused 312 manatee deaths to die in Brevard section of the IRL in the first 6 months of 2001. Tree canopy is a major LID design tool that can help restore the IRL by eliminating stormwater. Trees and their canopy slow down the rainfall to the ground. Their roots loosen the soil to absorb more rainwater. They can reduce temperatures by 8 to 10 degrees and save lives from heat-related deaths. Titusville has recently approved clear-cutting of homes on lots 1,400 acres of new developments. Another 4,800 acres are available for development in the 2040 comp plan. Most of the natural living protective shorelines have been replaced with seawalls and rocks. They allow the use of herbicides on city property in stormwater ponds and lawns next to the IRL, killing the plants and allowing them to decompose, releasing their nutrients flowing into the IRL. If we do not require LID for new developments, the expected 6,200 acres will produce 3.5 billion gallons of polluted water per year. The city staff's 50% LID will produce 1.3 billion gallons of runoff per year. We must do better to save the IRL. And I just want to make one statement. I work with MRC. I know Lisa Soto and what she can do. They can produce a talk for you all probably in 15 minutes. Most of their talks that I've been to have been an hour. I could talk with her if you would like and get a suggested time. I'm willing to do that.
Oh, I appreciate that. Let's see where we end up going with this. But yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next card, please.
The last card is Laura Lee Thompson.
Hi, Laura Lee Thompson, 3550 Irwin Avenue in Mims. I'm the one that suggested Dr. Jacoby coming from the St. Johns River Water Management District at the last TEC meeting. And it seemed to make sense to me because I figured Lisa could talk about the LID and Dr. Jacoby could try to educate you guys on why we need the LID. as far as its impacts to the lagoon. He is the lead scientist for the Indian River Lagoon Basin for St. Johns River Water Management District. However, I've changed my mind. I would rather just have Dr. Soto come and save Dr. Jacoby for another time, because the two subjects are so important, and I would hate to see Lisa's time get cut because Dr. Jacoby is here, or vice versa, that Dr. Jacoby's time to talk about the lagoon and algae blooms and seagrass restoration, that I think that should be treated as a separate thing. So I want to renege on my suggestion to invite Dr. Jacoby and just keep it focused on Dr. Soto. LID is the science of directing rainwater where it's supposed to go. It's simple. Rainwater is supposed to fall out of the sky, and it's supposed to go down into the ground and go into the aquifer. And for a city whose drinking supply is totally 100% dependent on pulling water out of the aquifer, we should be really worried about all this water that's being wasted by being sloughed off into the lagoon. And so that's my statement. We really should be doing everything we can to look at low impact development, because it's the thing to do. It'll help the lagoon and it'll help our drinking water supply. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorley. Appreciate it. Any staff, anything you want to add to that first? No? All right, council. Vice Mayor?
I would be interested in having one of those people follow up after the staff's presentation, and maybe they could add to it. But I would like to have a time limit so that we're not doing an hour. And I'm thinking maybe 10 minutes of letting somebody follow up and add whatever they can add to it. I have no qualm of learning something new and maybe learning what somebody else's perspective is. I had sort of thought Dr. Jacoby would be the person, but I'm getting a head shake out there. So I would bow to that and say Lisa Soto, but I would give her a time and ask her to comment specifically on the staff presentation and maybe give a second point of view, or maybe she agrees with everything they say, but I think the education would be interesting.
Thank you. Member Jordan.
Oh, it's my turn. The concern I have is more of where we're trying to go. I think we have had education on LIDs, and I think we all basically have said we like LIDs. But if we're going to the point where we're going to say any development that comes into Titusville has to be LID, I'm not going to support that. It just makes no sense. The return on investment for any investor trying to come into town will basically push developers out of the town. And, you know, one of the concerns I always had, and most citizens have, is the fact that they never want their taxes to go up. But if we don't have development, if we don't have others coming into town, then the economy has to really depend on the people who are here. And as we all know, and I used the example at the last meeting 2 months ago, going to Lowe's and buying a sheet of lumber, it was $13, now it's $53. Well, the city operates on a budget, and if his budget was $13 a sheet for 400 sheets of plywood, and now it's $53, where's that money come from? So at some point, we're going to have to raise taxes because we decided that we wanted to do low impact development that is requiring a developer to not put as many hardscape, if you will. I understand what Laura Lee is saying as far as rain has to come down and percolate and everything, but I would venture to tell you that there's more land out there that is permeable, if you will, than there isn't. And the development that's coming to town, I think we should try to influence them or ask them to do more low-impact development. But as far as requiring low-impact development, if that's where we're trying to go, if that's where the citizens are trying to go, I would have a concern with that.
Where do you stand on the presentation?
As far as the presentation is concerned, we're going to have one, and it's going to last how long? Our presentation?
10 to 15 minutes.
10 to 15
Yes, sir.
minutes. If we've got, because I think what they're going to do, what's her name, Dr. Soto? She's going to basically tell us the advantages of low-impact development, right? Which you're going to tell us what low-impact development is and the impact and all of that stuff. Right?
Yes, sir. Staff's intent is to do refresher on the previous presentations that we've provided council as we go into that ordinance.
Yeah, what I don't want is for us to be spinning our wheels when we already have agreed that we like low-impact development. I just don't like hearing things over and over again when I've already made up my mind that I like low-impact development. And so why do I have to have it pushed down my throat? Because she may say something that may change my mind. You never know. So if the presentation is short, 10 minutes or so, I can go with that. If it's going to be a dissertation on low-impact development, I'm just not interested in that. My personal view.
Gotcha. Member Robinson?
Yes, it was mentioned earlier as we gathered here at the dais that I was still wet behind the ears. So I want to hear this presentation. I want to be able to have all of the information to make a educated decision on how we should move forward on low impact development. And so the 10-15 minute presentation will bring me up to par, and any material that I can read that also will help me in making my decision.
Okay, thank you, Member Robinson. I think that's a good point. Some of us who have been here a while, we have had several of those presentations in LID. But you're right. I remember when I came in new and they're all talking about CRA. I'll be honest with you, I didn't know what CRA was. And so we had a whole presentation on that, and the people who were here already knew that. I didn't. So I think there's something to be said for that. And I haven't forgotten you, Member Stokel. I'm heading that way. But I tend to agree that we have had a lot of information on the LID, but I also don't think it's a bad thing if we have a 10 or 15 minute and a 10 or 15 minute. Because I was going to say, not knowing what the council was going to say, I was going to say that if it was, and I don't know what they're going to say till they say it, but I was going to say that I would, meet separately and, get the presentation. And I don't want to overstate it, but I think I could maybe even still do something like that depending on what we get out of the first presentation if we move that direction. Member Stokel.
Yep. I was just going to kind of reiterate what Member Robinson was saying. I think the more information we have helps us to make better informed decisions, but I'm good with the 10 to 15 minutes because I do think that some of the information might be similar. Thanks.
All right. What I'm seeing is everyone has spoken. Everyone is in favor of the review presentation from the city, the new presentation. Is this the same lady that we saw at your place at Dixie Crossroads? Do you remember last spring? No. I'm sorry. I should have called you up.
No, that was, she was from Brevard County Stormwater,
That's
from
right.
Brevard County Natural Resources Department, Robin Spratt.
That's right. Very good.
So, I believe at that presentation, Kay St. Ange asked you about having Dr. Soto come. You weren't even the mayor yet, but you told Kay that if you were the mayor, you would have
I never
her
said that. Don't say that. I never said if I was the mayor. I want that tape. I just want you to know that if I was the mayor. Okay, with that,
if I could,
go ahead.
What I heard you say is that you'd like us to provide Dr. Soto with a copy of the staff presentation so she has a chance to review it and then have her comments based upon that. Is that correct?
I wouldn't have said that. I would have said that you give your presentation and she gives her presentation and nobody's looking at anybody's paper.
Okay.
That's my educational back part of it. Really and truly, I would like you to do what you do, and I would like Dr. Soto to do what she does. And then we can look at it and say, well, why did you say this and why did you say that? And maybe we get some coming together there. I don't really want it to come together. All right. So with that, I need a motion.
No, I think we have direction.
Okay. All right. We got direction. We can move on.
Yes, sir. We're on item 6B is the Titusville Environmental Commission accept the resignation of regular member Brian Bobbitt, non-resident, of the Titusville Environmental Commission with an unexpired term to expire on November 30th, 2021. His resignation was effective on June 8th, 2021. Additionally, appoint one regular member to the Titusville Environmental Commission with an unexpired term of November 30th, 2021. If an alternate member is appointed as a regular member, appoint one alternate member to the Titusville Environmental Commission with an unexpired term to expire on November 30th, 2023. Alternate member Laura Lee Thompson, non-resident, has expressed her willingness to serve on the Titusville Environmental Commission as a regular member with an unexpired term to expire on November 30th, 2021. Alternate member William Young does not wish to serve as a regular member at this time. Currently, there is one application on file for your consideration. Mr. Robert Johnston, resident, has expressed his willingness to serve on the Titusville Environmental Commission as a regular member with an unexpired term to expire on November 30th, 2021. If Mr. Johnston is not appointed as a regular member, he would like to be considered as an alternate member for an unexpired term to expire on November 30th, 2021.
Okay, thank you very much. So basically, we are looking to first get a motion to accept Mr. Bobbitt's resignation.
I'd make that motion with regret and thanking him for his service.
Second.
I have a motion and a second, and before we move forward, I too would like to thank Brian Bobbitt. He clearly is an excellent person to be on that board. His life revolves around the environment, and we're going to miss him. So with that said, I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
We do have one card. Do we want to do
Okay,
that?
I'm sorry. Do we have a card?
Mm-hmm. It's Dan Johnston.
I don't need to speak on that.
Okay. All right. Then the roll call is Mayor
Thank you, sir.
Diesel,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nelson,
Yes.
Member Stokel,
Yes.
Member Robinson,
Yes.
Member Jordan.
Yes.
All right, motion passes unanimously. The second part of that would be to consider moving and nominating somebody to take that position or putting on hold and without time constraints, see what happens over the summer as far as other people who may apply. So let's get you guys' input. Member Robinson?
Yes, I have looked over the resumes, and I want to put my recommendation for Laura Lee Thompson to move up to that slot.
Thank you very much. Member Jordan?
You need a second for that?
Oh, is your card up there? I see your button. Anything to say? All right, with nothing up there, I will say that I would also say that Laura Lee is, and there's several out there, but Laura Lee is certainly one of the go-to people in the environment in our area. She's not only good with environmental aspects, but she's good with the history of the environment in our city and North Brevard. So I think that's an excellent move as well. So, Member Robinson, was that a motion?
I can make it so.
That's what you can do.
I make the motion that.
Hold on, clerk.
I believe Mr. Johnston might want to
Okay,
speak on the
okay,
appointment
okay.
portion of it.
All right, so let's hold on that then, and then Mr. Johnson, come on up.
Maybe Mrs. Laura Lee would like to talk too.
Well, we'll bring you up first.
I think she should talk before I.
Oh, come on, you're the man.
Okay. I mean, she should. Laura Lee, why don't you talk? No, you. Okay. All right. This is. It said Robert Johnson. That's the same as me. And I am here to tell you how I excel Laura Lee Thompson. I hope you don't mind that, Laura Lee. So I'll go on to tell you about how I excel. Well, I'm taller than her. I mean, I'm several inches taller than her. I excel in that area, and I'm noticing that she has some lists of things. She has community involvement and so forth, and why I desire to serve on it. She's got founder of the Birding Festival, founding board member of the Brevard Nature Alliance, president of Merritt Island Wildlife Association, member of Save Our Indian River Lagoon Citizen Oversight Committee, member of Space Coast Audubon Society. But understand that I'm still taller than her by several inches. Okay. All right. And she's done a number of other things. And I have some references, but maybe I'll go within the next time when you go to the next part of this agenda. So actually, I'm promoting Laura Lee. She's a good girl, and she deserves it. She's a hard worker, and even though she is several inches shorter than I am. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnston. Now, are there any other cards? All right, Member Robinson.
Yes, I make the motion to fill that position with Ms. Lori Lee Thompson.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
I'm sorry, can I ask who seconded that motion? Okay, thank you. That would be Vice Mayor Nelson.
Yes, and I would point out that she's shorter than everybody.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Member Jordan?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for all you do. With that, City Manager.
Now, since you moved Ms. Thompson up in the alternate position, you have one application for that alternate position.
And that's one we can hold on if we wish.
Yeah, sure. Whatever you wish.
Council, let me hear you. Vice Mayor.
I would like to hold on to it. I know that with our recess, we really didn't get a lot of applications, and I understand there are a number of people out there that might be interested. So I would like to have that opportunity to see if they actually step forward.
Do we need a motion in that aspect, or can we just move and get advisement?
I think you need a motion on that. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do I have a motion on that?
That would be my motion.
I got a motion. Member Jordan seconds. Roll call vote.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
I've got a card. I have a card on it. No, I have a card on this particular item. I'm the person that talked.
Mr. Johnston, here. Look at me. Talk to me. All right. So, does Mr. Johnston have a card in on this?
He had one card on this item, but I thought he just spoke.
I can just speak on this is about me. In other words, this vote is about me that you're taking right now. I have a card on it.
No, he doesn't.
That's a point of order.
No, he doesn't.
City Attorney?
It was one item.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding.
Relax. City Attorney?
It is one item. You are taking two votes. We can consider this as a second proposition before council, so I would allow someone to speak if they want to speak on whether or
Mr.
not.
Johnston?
Okay. My name is Stan Johnston, and I'm a professional engineer. I have an application in for this particular position. I want you to understand, it's just a few minutes ago, is Wanda said, hey, listen, you know, when Mr. Bobbitt you were voting on Mr. Bobbitt, I was asked to speak. I was asked to speak again on this particular issue. This is the third thing you're voting on. Now, I have, in other words, I'm letting you know that my point of order was very much appropriate to have you to take advantage to. And I'm going to request for 3 minutes now. Can I have my 3 minutes?
If you'll just start speaking, we'll see how it goes.
Oh,
Go.
yeah. Thank you. All right. Well, sometimes they don't even, in other words, I want you to understand also, there's a number of times when this particular issue item comes up, there is no time. You don't give it, you haven't been given a time. But you'll do it on me, won't you?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. Now, there's a good reason why you should have me on the TEC. Look at those signs. Look at those signs. Sewage spray on people, on cars for 4 months. This is what you guys did. 4 months, spraying cars in the public with sewage. That should not have ever happened. You see that other sign? I signed and sealed that saying, do not do this. My license says, hey, it says, my license is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. I'm licensed by the state. Even though I'm licensed by the state, the city comes in and says, no, we're not going to do it. And guess what the city did? They didn't get any professional engineers to disagree with me. They didn't get any professionals. They went ahead and sprayed the people with sewage. I can't believe it. Who can believe it? Not only that, is October the 20th, by God, you had the mayor or city manager had me removed outside of this wall. And by the way, I still don't have an answer why it was done. Anyhow, I have some references. I have references including Scott Ellis, former clerk of the court. He's the one who brought down Mitch Needleman. He's one of my references. So is Billy Fitzgerald. You know, maybe know Billy Fitzgerald and Sean Williams. They're also on my references. I've got good references. I've got good references. And also Richard Vitopka, former city engineer, City of Titusville. These are some of my references. But what you want to do is you want to make up, you don't want me there because I found fault with the city. City council, city manager, and Mr. Stauffer. It's bad what you're doing. You need to straighten up and correct what you're doing. Don't spray people with sewage. On the Titusville Environment Commission, I would insist no more spraying people with sewage. Not for 4 months, not for a week. It's not good for your health. And I sign and seal that. That's on that thing that has the skull and crossbones. May I have more time?
I feel like you got everything in you need to do. You got references, and we're going to go from there. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
So I guess
where were we on that?
Oh, I would like to speak.
Hey, please, go ahead, Member Robinson.
Well, being who I am and the way that I came up, being in what I believe, just because we only have one name, that's no reason to change the rules. And if we were going to, I believe that if we don't vote on this one name, we will be bordering discrimination against this man.
Okay, thank you.
As far as rules go, and I'm going to turn this over to the city attorney. There has been many a time when we haven't had time for people to apply. We didn't turn anybody down there. We simply said, let's see if we get more applicants, and if we don't, well, then we've got one applicant. But that, and I'm going to let city attorney speak to that because I'm not that guy.
That is true. Council has exercised their discretion in the past to table an appointment when they've had 1 or 2 applicants so that they can get more applicants out there. But as you know, now there is an alternate position that was open. It wasn't open. So there may be individuals out there who are interested in an alternate position who are not, who now we would advertise that position. So that's up to council, your discretion. But you have done that in the past where you have publicized or published and noticed a position for a board to allow others time to put in applications for your consideration.
And just a little matter of more information. There was a time when we had an opening, and we had I call him a reserve, what's that? Standby. We had a guy on deck, as I put it, and we didn't. Contrary to how I felt about it, the council chose to go with somebody else, even though we had an alternate waiting there. So it's not a matter of a batting lineup, I discovered, where you have an alternate and somebody goes out and that one's up. So it's not set like that. I am not saying that Mr. Johnston's not able, capable, or anything else. I'm simply saying that we haven't had anybody come along, and I think what city attorney said is the people outside may not know there was an alternative place to apply for. So, Member Stokel.
Yeah, I was just going to point out, I think the way I view it is these are our advisory boards. So we are looking for people that we want to serve on these particular planning, zoning, environmental, that we feel are qualified and will be an asset to the board to help recommend things to us. So one, I would want to see us advertise it so we can get applicants. And two, I liken it to anybody applying for a job. If we don't feel like they're a good fit for our board, I'm okay with not filling the position as well. So I think that's my view on it.
And Member Stoffel, that's the best explanation that I have heard. I appreciate you saying that, and the community can understand that if we move that way. Okay.
So I digress. Where were we?
Yeah.
All right, clerk, we are voting.
So,
Roll call vote.
yes. Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Member Jordan?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nelson?
Call you Mr. Johnson, call you Stan, whatever. I just want to make it real clear. That wasn't, he's not going to get it. It's just, we just would like to see if we can get more applicants. We've been doing that lately, where if we only have one, we like to have more. So with that said, City Manager, we move to the next item.
Yes, sir. We're on item 6C, which is the Historic Preservation Semi-Annual Report. It's included in your packet, and there won't be a presenter. This is as written.
No action required. All right, we move on.
On to item now 12A.
12A, wasn't it?
Which is advisability regarding outdoor seating and outdoor entertainment. On June 2nd, 2021, the Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously voted 7-0, requesting that City Council request advisability for staff to review the outdoor seating and the outdoor entertainment section, which is 28-361. During their discussion, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission expressed concerns about the location of outdoor seating and outdoor entertainment and noise impacts to adjacent property owners, especially along the Indian River Lagoon. Staff is asking Council to provide direction regarding the Planning and Zoning's request to approve advisability to review outdoor seating and outdoor entertainment code provisions.
Ms. Busaka, anything you can add to this history?
Basically, the summation is when the brew pub became a point of discussion, that expanded at Planning and Zoning to talk about concerns about outdoor entertainment, and partly because the staff had talked about outdoor entertainment in the ordinance itself. And at that time, there was a great deal of discussion about the impacts, especially to residential areas, of some of the outdoor entertainment. And so when the staff went back, you may remember we brought this to you, and you requested that we make breweries about breweries and that outdoor entertainment would be separate. So when that went back to the Planning and Zoning Commission, they still had their concerns, and they asked that we bring those concerns to you with the recommendation that the staff look at the outdoor entertainment and noise ordinances to see if there was some way that we could address these issues. Now, I have talked to code enforcement about noise complaints that they have received from both restaurants and breweries. And I was told that prior to the lockdown from the pandemic, there had been 2 different drinking establishments where there were noise complaints, and 1 restaurant. And in all cases, an officer from TPD went out with a sound meter. If there was an issue, it was addressed on the spot, and that those issues did not have been addressed. I asked if there has been any complaints since those restaurants have opened up, and I was told, as at this point, no.
Okay, Member Jordan?
You kind of answered part of the question as far as code enforcement is concerned, and I'm just wondering, City Manager, you said something about the Indian River Lagoon, and I was confused what that had to do with outdoor seating. Why was that?
I can help. I don't usually interrupt him. But it's my experience that whenever there is especially amplified music along a water body, that tends to amplify some of the problems. And so I think that people who have either been adjacent to or even across the river in some areas, not here, but in Cocoa, for instance, that have been seen amplified music bounce across the water and impact them. And I think that there were some complaints or maybe some personal experience about that. But I do know that water bodies can amplify noise.
Okay, my big concern I'm having is the fact that it sounds like we don't have a problem, but we're trying to come up with a solution and then say we got a problem. And to me, that just makes no sense.
Well, based upon what I asked about code enforcement, the manager described to me that if there is an issue, Titusville Police Department goes out and addresses that issue at that time. It has been described to me in the past also that the fact that we have an after-hours permit for drinking establishments, that the council has the ability to take those after hour permits away. And so for most places, it's easier to tell the music to stop than it is to have the potential that they would lose their after hours permit. So I think that that particular process seems to be working. Now, there may be other people that have seen other, but that's what code enforcement described to me.
Okay. On the business side, it really concerns me because you're talking about revenue. And if you're talking about revenue, then you're talking about taxes to the city. And so to me, you're trying to hold the restaurant hostage in a way by saying, okay, we're going to limit what you can do when we already have codes in place to ensure that the music doesn't get too loud or it doesn't disturb the neighbors. So for us to go and look at this thing and see if we can find a problem when code enforcement we already have code enforcement. I just don't understand why we're going into this.
I just want to make one more comment. Our code currently says that residential uses, basically if you have commercial and residential, we're going to look at the noise restriction against the residential, which is less. Mm-hmm. So currently, residential between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. is a 55 decibels. That's the limit. And from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., it's a 50 decibel. To give you an example of that, a conversation at 3 feet away is 60 decibels.
Really?
And for those of you who've been in classrooms, classroom chatter is 70 decibels. They don't tell you what it is in a lunchroom, because I'm sure it's higher than that. Yeah. So to tell you that we have a fairly restrictive noise ordinance, the next lowest decibel hearing is a refrigerator, which is about 46. So that to give you an idea that the noise standards that we have are rigorous.
Okay, so I have to go one more time and try to find out why are we looking at this? What's the? No, I'm really just trying to.
There's a member of the Planning and Zoning Commission here. He might be able to better describe their concerns than I can.
There is one?
I don't think you can speak in front of it.
It's your call. You want to come up? I mean,
I don't think you want to.
I don't think he
Put him
wants.
in,
No, that's fine.
I don't think you want to put him in
He's here
front
for
of
something else.
spotlight.
Okay.
I mean, it's our request, but honestly, guys, we got a lot on our plate. We don't need to be looking at stuff that we don't need to be looking at for sure. And I haven't heard of any complaint. I haven't had any phone calls or anything saying this restaurant is too loud or whatever. I mean, people want to be entertained, and being outside is part of it. So if we don't need to do it, let's not do it.
Let me just add to that, and that's one thing I get to do before I call on the other people, is a lot of the similarities to what Member Jordan said. I started getting some emails a couple months ago from some business owners, and they were pretty fired up, and they reminded me how much they supported me when I ran for office, but look what I've done to them. I'm like, what are you talking about? I had no idea what they were talking about. I had no idea this was an issue. I had no idea this was going to come before us. I haven't had, and we're going on 6 years now, I haven't had anything notable on the other side that we've got problems. You know, and you talk about the decibels that you speak of. You know, we're not trying to be Duval Street on Key West, but we do have a tendency to have some people, oh, there's nothing to do, oh, it's dead, it's whatever. And I realize there are those people that who are not saying that, are in bed and don't care. I get that. I'm one of those. But at the same time, we've got to give some entertainment options out there that aren't intruding on others, and I think that's what we're doing. So I tend to agree that I wondered, you know, I kind of knew why we were looking at this. I knew, you know, PNZ had some concerns about it, but I don't see the concerns personally. Member Stokel.
Yep, that's exactly what I was going to allude to. I haven't gotten any complaints. Quite the opposite in regards to what is going on. Also, there's a curfew in here, which I think is very reasonable time anyway. My question would be, I feel like we have a lot of people that want to speak on this. If we are already kind of in agreement that we're not wanting to look at it. I don't know if they still want to speak, but I'm not in favor of doing anything with this. So I think Member Jordan's the same way. I don't know about anybody else. So just want to throw that out there.
Member Robinson.
Yes, first question, I have had calls about that. Two is on the list of standards and accessories and permit with limits. Number 2, it says 50 feet difference between the location of resident property, the property line. What is the difference between this and the 100 feet that is in the for the brew clubs and everything? What is the difference? It's 100 feet when it's a brew pub.
Okay, that proposed ordinance is the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission for brew pubs, that if they are going to be located within 100 feet of a residence, that they would require a conditional use permit.
Okay.
And I believe that is based directly on concerns about having drinking establishments too close to residences.
Nothing with noise and so
Well,
forth.
I'm sure that in the discussion that was a consideration that would be an additional noise generator close to a residential area.
Okay.
But that's part of a different agenda item.
I understand that, but I just wanted to see what the relationship, because if you decide on one, it may have an impact on the other.
Well, brew pubs currently, there's nothing about outdoor entertainment in this code related to brew pubs. So what the Planning and Zoning Commission wanted is they wanted to talk about specifically outdoor seating and outdoor entertainment, which and Brad may have to stop me if I get this wrong, but there are some conditions in the downtown. It's a conditional use in the downtown. And then in other areas, we would just consider it to be accessory to the establishment. And in that case, the noise ordinance would be the regulation that we would deal with.
Okay.
You good?
Well, yeah.
All right, Vice Mayor.
I'm just in agreement. I'm not real sure why we're going through this, because it seems like the brew pubs don't have that option, and other establishments, there's ways to deal with it.
The reason we're going through it is because the P&Z asked us to ask you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I can't say that I've had any concerns about that. I have no intention of voting to eliminate outdoor dining and the entertainment that's going on. And again, we have the code enforcement, we have the decibels, and if there is a problem, I guess the police can be called and deal with it. I don't see any reason to deal with this. But that being said, where do we have to go with this? I mean, I know we have cards, but I mean, in the end, this will be a vote. Okay, with that, I will say, and I'll reiterate what Member Stokel said, our discussion is we're showing our hand pretty clearly. If you still wish to have your 3 minutes, everyone is certainly entitled to that. And there may be some people out there for sure that have a different opinion and aren't excited about that. But our hand, I think, is played, and I don't see us making any changes, but we certainly could hear something. Who knows? So call the cards, please.
Nathan Slusher.
Good evening, Nathan Slusher at 860 Allendale Street. I'm glad to hear the agreements. One of my biggest issues, actually two of my biggest issues, is one, that we included the term outdoor seating in this advisement. I'm not sure how outdoor seating works with entertainment. They don't go hand in hand, so the fact that it's in the advisement is very concerning. And second of all, just when we have 3 specific restaurants that are causing issues in the city, I don't feel we should be writing a law for all the restaurants in the city when we have 3 specific establishments. If we need better enforcement on those establishments, then so be it. But everyone else should not be suffering due to those facts if they're not having entertainment at the moment. Those are my concerns. Thank you.
As always, thank you. Next card, please.
Next card is Stuart Buchanan.
Thank you. My name is Stuart Buchanan. My working mailing address is P.O. Box 1545, Titusville, Florida, 32781. I'm a resident of Titusville, Florida. There are several people here who I believe are going to decline to speak, and thank all the members, mayor and city council, for sharing your thoughts and helping us get through this public process. I would like the city council to understand how many people are here tonight on this item. If you'd all please stand. And I'm going to be very brief so that you can vote and we can get all these people home to their families. When this appeared before the P&Z, I was there with several restaurant owners. With the exception of the chair, who of course is your former city attorney, none of the planning and zoning board members were aware that there was already a permitting process in place. They were actually surprised to hear it. You can go back and watch the video. You already have a permitting process in place. Councilman Jordan, you brought this up. There's no reason to create a duplicative effort. I appreciate the city council in expressing their thoughts on this ahead of time, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next card. And I don't know how that's going to work. You might call a lot of cards and say, we're good.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So we have looks like Kyle Sanders. No. Lewis Sanders. No. Jason, looks like Beichman. There's Skylar. No. Dwight Severs.
For the record, my name is Dwight Severs, a resident of Titusville. I'm the chairman of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Primarily came up in the event you had any questions that you wanted to ask me about this. Certainly be happy to answer them. As staff says, this all arose by looking at the brew pub ordinance and regulations. It was clear that we were told not to try to regulate outdoor entertainment. That should be handled separately. Members of the Planning and Zoning Commission felt as though this issue should be looked at. In looking at the code 28-361 of the code, most of that section clearly indicates that outdoor seating is limited. However, the code sets no criteria. Doesn't set any standards, nothing. With regard to the Indian River City area, there's one set of standards for it. For urban mixed use, there's a different set of standards for it. And for downtown mixed use, there's a different set of standards. There was discussion on the Planning and Zoning Commission. Perhaps this needs to be looked at, that we do have uniform criteria and standards rather than a helter-skelter approach, which appears as if what the current code is. And typically, if you have L, that is, it's limited, allowed, you have standards, and there's none. So the Planning and Zoning Commission felt as though this ought to be looked at. There is absolutely, and I'm speaking as chairman, no interest in limiting restaurants' ability to have outdoor seating. I myself would clearly vote against that because I think it's needed, necessary, and very important. But I believe the Planning and Zoning Commission felt since there is such inconsistency in the code, in addition, since there is really hardly any or no regulations other than the noise meter, and Mr. Broom can address that issue because historically I'm well aware of the problems of code enforcement trying to use a voice a meter, trying to judge the sounds and the problems that have arisen in the past with that. So if you don't want us to look at this, that is fine. We just felt as though it needed to be looked at because inconsistencies in the code and some uniform standards should apply.
Very good. I thank you for that clarification. It sounds like there was more concern about consistency than there was about not allowing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anybody else? No other questions? All right. Thank you. Any other cards?
Yes, sir. Two more. Stan Johnston.
See, I got several pages on this. Actually, I just want to say, Mr. Severs, and I felt this Dan fellow, he said it pretty well too. And I want to say, well, Mr. Severs, what he said, I say ditto. Thank you.
Thank you. Another card?
Last card is Laura Ward.
Laura Ward, River Edge Drive. Mr. Severs is right. I came to find out what, first of all, new restaurants, how far are they to be away from residential properties? That's my interest. Also, I agree with the noise meter statement. Very difficult to use. No one wants to limit outdoor seating for restaurants. That's ridiculous. We live in Florida. As far as entertainment goes, where I live, the huge issue for a long, long time was not outdoor seating or I think they used to have I don't know what they had, a guitar. But when it became amplified music, that's when it became a huge problem. Because amplified music is totally different from classroom conversation or anything else you've been talking about. And I think amplified music does need to be addressed in regard to disturbance of residential properties around an establishment. And had one more thing. Just give me a second. What was it? I'm sorry. I forgot it. I'm sure it was hugely important, too.
I can relate to that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. No more cards? We need to get a motion on this. Let me get a motion and a second, and we'll move forward. We're making a motion on that we do not want to move forward on this ordinance.
Second.
Okay, so I kind of just made the motion, which I can't make. So
Yeah.
Mr. Jordan made the motion. I'll give Sarah Member Stokel the second. Roll call vote.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Member Jordan?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nelson? Yes. Member Stokel?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And Mayor, we are now back on item 7, and you may want to allow.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
I could have, yeah.
Bye-bye. Meeting back to order. City Manager.
Yes, sir. Before we get to consent, item 9D, which is a right-of-way number 1-2021 on Riverside Drive, I'd like to move that up to now.
Yes, as I would too. And if you guys haven't figured that out, we're trying to move the quality of you here so you're not here till 11 o'clock waiting on your item. So with that said, I need a motion to make that move.
So moved.
Member Jordan makes the motion to move 9D, correct? 9D to this place in the agenda, and Vice Mayor makes a second. I need a roll call vote.
Stan put in a card to speak on any motions made. He's just letting me know.
We'll let City Attorney address that with me, but we'll go from, right now I need a roll call vote.
Member Jordan?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
All right, we move it to now. We start talking about.
On to item 9D, which is right-of-way number 1-2021 Riverside Drive, River Palms condominiums. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommend that this request at their 7 July 2021 regular meeting be tabled in order to send adequate notices to all residents of Indian River Avenue and River's Edge Drive. The motion passed 6-0 with one member abstaining. The applicant submitted a request to vacate a portion of Riverside Drive, a public right-of-way, in front of the property located at 1805, 1815, and 1825 Riverside Drive, known as River Palms Riverfront Condominium Development. The right-of-way contains 8939 square feet, or approximately 0.2 acres, more or less, and measures approximately 148.27 feet in length. Staff recommends approval of this request to vacate the right-of-way with the following conditions: that all required drainage and utility easements are provided for existing facilities in the area to be vacated, together with easements to access this area. In the event that compliance with the conditions set forth herein is not achieved within 180 days of the date of approval of this vacation, the resolution shall become null and void. Mr. Parrish is here to answer any questions that you may have on this vacation of the right-of-way.
Mr. Parrish, anything you want to add?
Other than that, nothing other than that this was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and they made a recommendation that it be continued to allow an opportunity for us to send out notices to a greater number of property owners, surrounding property owners, and to post new signs on the property.
And this item is not time sensitive.
I would say I am for tabling this. First of all, I don't necessarily say that we need to go door to door and put something in everybody's box looking at this. It's not a major move in our city to take away the ease in or the turn right in. I have concerns with both of those. I lived on Indian River Avenue back in the day for 15 years, and I used that ease in quite often. I worked at Titusville High School for 35 years. I've seen an awful lot of 16 and 17-year-old drivers come out of there that it concerns me to go straight and then make the right in the middle of where kids could be coming out. So I'm 6 one way, half a dozen the other on the other. But I will say that I think that it's a no-brainer that we simply need to get signs posted where people can see them rather than where no one can see them. And I know nobody did that on purpose, but until those signs are posted where they need to be, I think we need to hold on this and table it until further information is out to those who are involved. With that, Member Jordan.
Yeah, I just need to understand, what is the requirement as far as notifying the neighbors? How far are you supposed to go? What's the requirement?
The code says 500 feet from the area that's being vacated.
And did we not do that? Or no?
We did do that.
So
we sent notices to property owners according to the tax rolls within 500 feet of the vacated right-of-way.
See, my concern I'm having is we just making rules as we go when we already have rules. We got 500 feet, so now the requirement or the request is to go, 1,000 feet, 1,200 feet, a mile?
I believe the request during the Planning and Zoning Commission, and the Chairman, if he's still here, could probably clarify, was to all the property owners that could potentially use that that segment there along Riverside Drive.
Well, I potentially use it, and I don't live over there. So I'm just...
Yeah, I believe it's Indian River
Riverside
Avenue
and Indian
River.
Riverside Drive.
So all of Indian River Avenue?
Yes.
Okay, I need to understand when we're supposed to do things. So the next requirement comes up. Are we supposed to go by the rules, or are we supposed to go by the request of more footage? You can't answer that. I mean, this was an arbitrary. This was an arbitrary request, and so, Council, I'm trying to understand: do we follow the rules that we have as far as what its requirements are, or do we just arbitrarily say, okay, we're going to do a mile down the road and be happy with that, and then someone else comes along and say, no, we should do 2 miles next time?
I get that. Explain to me where the signage is that they're supposed to see when they're going by.
So we typically try to put the signage in a location where we believe people will see them. And if in this particular case, it's going to be in the right of way. So we try to put it into that wedge or that area that's grassed between the area, the segment that's supposed to be vacated and US 1. So I tried to instruct our staff to put one on the piece of property. So when you're driving north on US 1, you would see it. And then again on the north part of that segment. So when you're driving south on Riverside Drive, you should see it. I think there was an issue later on where there was some construction work going on later on that, or portion of Riverside Drive. So some people were not able to see those signs.
Well, what I'm getting is more than some people couldn't see that sign. That sign is not really visible. So that is why I am saying I am not necessarily in favor of handouts between here and the condos down there on the river, but I am in favor of getting the sign where people can see it for a couple of weeks. I mean, no offense, when we're getting ready to have traffic roads shut down, we have signs that's how we communicate that. And it works for me every time. Just recently, I live over in the Indian River City area. They had, they shut down the railroad area there on Highway 50 for 3 or 4 days. And for a week or two before that, we had signs telling us it was going to be shut down. And even though I kept forgetting and going up and having to turn around, it wasn't their fault. They told me. So what I'm saying is I would like to see us get the sign to where people can see it, and then I would be happy with moving forward.
Mr. Mayor, I'm still trying to understand. So how far, what's the requirement? How far are they supposed to put the sign in a visible place, but how far is the city supposed to go to let everybody know that this change may come?
500 feet.
Well, it's already 500 feet. That's the problem.
So we've met that requirement. We don't need to do anything else with that.
Okay.
Put the sign where somebody can see it.
I don't have a problem with that. I thought I was hearing that you're going to go all the way along Indian River Drive, right?
The Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation is to notice all residents of Indian River Avenue and River Edge Drive.
That's more than 500
Riverside
feet.
Drive, excuse me.
That's what? A couple of miles?
Mm-hmm. 3 miles?
That don't make sense.
Yeah.
Let's move on to Vice Mayor.
Okay, so I have no problem with moving this out for a month. Let's put a great sign there so that the whole neighborhood knows it. I think probably by now everybody in the neighborhood knows it. They seem to be really good at word of mouth down there. So, but I can't see turning around and sending letters out to everybody. That's a little beyond us. So that would be my thoughts. No letters, bigger sign, maybe more than one sign, so that you'd have to really be blind to miss it.
Member Stokel.
Yep. My line of thinking is the intent behind the rule. I think our intent, and most of the time, it's perfectly fine. Notifying within 500 feet is fine. I think, at least how I view it as my role as being on council, we're here to represent the citizens. And clearly, I feel like if you guys got the same emails I did, same phone calls I did, there's some citizen concern, and I'm okay with tabling it. I don't think it's needed to mail out additional letters. I think that our rules in place are perfectly fine. However, to member Jordan's point of like how much is too much or where does it stop, I'm in the mindset of if we're having citizen concern and we're having that and we can table an item, I would want the citizens to feel like they have the opportunity to at least address their concerns. So again, we can make a better informed decision, especially with this particular piece, to the mayor's point. This is going to be a significant change. I have some safety concerns. I would like to know a little bit more than I know right now about the history of it, the entrances, the exits, initial plans. There's a little bit more I would like to know. So I'm curious to see what information might come up tonight's meeting, but I'm kind of in the favor of tabling it, not sending out the letters as well, and definitely better signage.
And that's exactly where I am, because I feel like you've already done the letters. I think the people who got the letters understand the sign is bad. We got to get the sign fixed. But again, it gives us more time to look it over. And again, I feel maybe overqualified on this one because I used to drive that little segment, the little, I don't know what they call it, the cutoff in front of the condos for all those years. I didn't go up US 1 and make the right, but I can also tell you when I looked at that on the diagram, I don't think too many other people thought about that. I think Coach Mays would be one who does, and that is doing that during a school dismissal, especially dismissal. They're getting out of there quick, or even before school, especially if they're running late. You get that old slow driver. I can say old. I'm here. And I'm a slower driver now too, but anyway, and I take that slow turn. That's a hazard we need to think about as opposed to going down as it is now. So I think there's just more information I'd like to have, and I'd like a little more time to think about it. Period. I'd like it to be advertised better. Member Robinson.
Yes, with the residents in the new condo, there's going to be a traffic increase. And the traffic increase is going to be beyond 500 feet. So I think that's all of those who live in that area, make sure that the sign is large enough where everyone can read it and everybody is notified, because everyone on that street is going to be affected by that change.
Anybody else? Okay, I see nobody else, so we'll be calling cards. I do want to say it look again like we've played our cards up here, no pun intended, but if you want to speak, you certainly have that right to do so. I am in favor of tabling this. I would like to get a little more facts about the side and then the turn right. I have concerns about Titusville High School, and I have concerns about what's the traffic going to do to that straight ahead. I need to know more about that. I need to see a traffic study. And I'd like to move forward in that way. So I am speaking for myself, and I feel like I heard some similar concerns up here. I'd like to table it, and I'd like to have a sign more clearly visible to all those who drive that area. With that,
Mayor, beforehand, I know we're going to get to cards, but for advertising purposes in the newspaper, would August 10th be okay to rehear this?
Yes. I'm speaking for myself.
Yes.
And I spoke by myself, too. I'll say yes. All right, call the cards, please.
Heidi Crafton.
Hello, Heidi Crofton, Titusville resident, 1324 Riverside Drive, more than 500 feet away from the building. Did not get a notice. Ran into my neighbor 3 days ago, told me about it. So I know you guys are probably going to table it, so I won't really discuss the changes that I don't like that they're making that are up for approval, because I think we'll have a longer time to discuss that. But I do want to say two things. As to the traffic study, it was 114 pages. I'm not an attorney. Did the best I could before I nodded off on about page 20. But I did notice that the area that they studied US 1, Hopkins, and the east-west intersections, the side streets that do run through our neighborhood, but only to the west of US 1, so how it would go between US 1 and Hopkins. They, I'm assuming, paid a lot of money for this study, and some engineer was paid to look at all this, and he didn't deem it necessary to include Riverside Drive, the street that the condo sits on on the traffic study. So the traffic study actually says how it will impact traffic at the corner of Country Club and Hopkins, which anyone who lives in Titusville knows there'd have to be a 50-car pileup for that to be affected by cars pulling in and out of that condo. But they didn't think, what about the people that live on Riverside Drive? So that's my problem with the traffic study. And I just want to speak real briefly about what it's like to live on Riverside Drive. I grew up there. I'm the third generation of my family to live there. It's a great street. It's people come, we wave, we're walking our dogs. The launches are going up. Everybody's friendly, and cars come through, and we deal with that. People want to see our street. They want to see the beautiful view, which belongs to everyone, not just those of us lucky enough to live there. But we've already got problems with yahoos going 50 miles an hour down our street. Not all of them. A lot of people are going 10 miles an hour. And I remind myself when I get behind them, Heidi, they're enjoying the view. Be patient. But my concern is if we have another 200 cars that don't want to deal with that left turn and don't want to go out there, they're going to start routing down our street. Because if you're living at the condo and you see there's a red light, you're going to turn right. I know because I do it at the New Cumberland Farms. Sorry. I mean, so I just want to say that there is going to be impact to our street. And I would hope that you all would recognize that and listen to some of us, not just the traffic study.
Thank you. Thank you for good points. Next card.
Susan Palmer.
Susan Palmer, 1118 Riverside Drive, neighbor, and from that neighborhood, and also 500 feet further away from the section. I know you all gave your notifications per code, and I'm asking you, yes, to expand it. We'll use word of mouth if you want to don't want to do letters, but like Heidi said, that we have a vested interest. We're stakeholders in that neighborhood. Titusville talking points. I downloaded the app, See Titusville app. Walking tour, Riverside Drive, my house, thank you very much, was in it. You know, so this is, you market our road as a place to see in Titusville. We get no love and no attention when you make major changes. Granted, I am not against closing that piece of road. I don't think you'll find anybody that's against it. We call it the landing strip because everybody goes flying in there. Definitely for closing that. I think the condo is going to be a great thing. It's going to be beautiful and improves our neighborhood. Certainly appreciate that. But it will affect us. It'll affect us every single day. Got 100 units, 200 cars. I think the traffic study said 0 will be turning north. I don't believe that. You know, so I really appreciate you taking the time to really suss this out further and to perhaps expanding the conversation to we who live in that neighborhood, and Indian River Drive and Riverside Drive too. And I think it's the whole area, you know, all the way up to the Sandpoint Park as well would be affected. So thank you.
Thank you. Good points. Next card, please.
Laura Ward.
Next card.
Stan Johnston.
Next card.
Yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is Lindsay DeShetler, and I'm at 934 Indian River Avenue. Lifelong resident. I was born on Indian River Avenue at a different address. And I did want to say thank you, Mr. DeSale, for promptly replying to me on Sunday by email. Mr. Parrish for sending me the notes because I couldn't find it on the website. And the multiple other staff I noted in the emails back and forth. There was Nelson, city manager, assistant city clerk, executive assistant. Thank you all. I did want to point out 2 things that I saw when reading. I could not find where it states, in 2007, the city entered a development agreement with the owner of the property, and FDOT would be requested to make a right turn lane. And it says FDOT did not approve the right turn lane, instead approved minor changes to the intersection only. It doesn't say anywhere in here what that is. So I'd like to know more about that. So I agree you should table it. And then also, the public and zoning meeting, there was some background. They brought in that, this was started in 2007. In 2014, October, the city adopted an ordinance response to concerns about long-term ramifications of losing vacating requests, losing pedestrian vehicular connections, vacating rights of way should be carefully evaluated. They cannot be reversed. Its loss is immediate and forever, and only approve vacations if they do not result in negative impacts. So I appreciate you taking the time to table this so that this can be looked at further and that more residents can get involved. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it. Good points again.
The last card is Dwight Severs.
So I gather the applicant is not going to be heard tonight? Haven't the applicant? Okay. Dwight Severs, Titusville. I abstained at the Planning and Zoning Commission, not because I would receive any direct or indirect benefit by reason of closing or not closing of this portion. However, I was involved together with my good friend, Mr. Ron Norris, and Mr. John Evans and others in negotiating this agreement. So I'm well aware of the intent, purpose, and the history behind it. With regard to, I think, one of the points that's been made here is the notice. As Mr. Mayor, you have pointed out, it says notice shall be posted on the subject right away at least 10 days prior to the public hearing. As reflected in the first picture I've given you, the road was blocked 10 days before. You couldn't even get to it. You would violate the right and left turn. You couldn't even get to it. So whether you want to give notice to the residents of Indian River Avenue or whatever, they haven't even complied with their own notice requirements because the street was closed. You couldn't go down there and even see it. And I had trouble finding it. Whenever I ultimately did, and I had to violate going down a detour. I had to violate not turning left on a lane to even get to it. So it's kind of absurd, to be very frank about it, to think that this is adequate notice under your own rules. I suggested notice be given to the residents of Riverside Drive because I thought that was reasonable and fair. This road was platted in 1925. It's been there almost 100 years. And as a matter of courtesy, I think notice ought to be given to the residents. And I'm not going to talk about the merits and whether there is compliance with the agreement or not compliance with the agreement. That's for another day. But I think in all fairness, you want the public to be aware that their road is going to be closed. I was aware of it because I got it in my agenda packet. And I called a couple of people and said, did you get a courtesy notice? And everybody said, no, I didn't. So in fairness, I think it should be tabled and give the people, you will find there will be a diverse view on this, which is great. And you need to hear that process. So be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
I think we're moving forward, and I think that
Thank you.
We are there. There, when we're done. Any other cards? All right, so we need to move forward with a motion to table this as I see it.
To a date certain, please.
All right, say again now?
To a date certain?
Okay. Okay, Member Jordan just tabled it, and our motion to table it to August 10th. We have a second by Vice Mayor. Roll call vote.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nelson? Yes. Member Stokel?
Yes.
Robinson?
Yes.
Member Jordan?
Yes. Motion passes. That item is tabled, and we hopefully do some more research and get some more information out there. So thank you guys very much for being here. And we're going to move on to the next, get us back in order.
Next item, we're back to item 7, which is petitions and requests.
Yeah, okay, we're way back. I'm sorting myself out here, so hold on a second. 12, okay, I think those are all the same. All right, petitions and requests from the public. If you would like to speak, you may come up at this time if it's a non-agenda item. And I think we have a couple. I apologize to you guys getting caught a little bit in the shuffle, but you got to learn some things, I'm sure.
We did. I'm Brenda Pittman. My address is 4490 Sherwood Drive in Titusville. I am here for First United Methodist Church, whose address is 206 South Hopkins Avenue. In our efforts to outreach the community of our church, we would like to create a community vegetable garden on part of our property. The church property consists of 2 city blocks. One block houses the sanctuary, the office, the fellowship hall, the educational building, and Hennessy Hall. That block faces Hopkins Avenue to the east, Palm Avenue to the west, Broad Street to the north, and Main Street to the south. It's on the second block that faces Palm Avenue to the east, South Lemon to the west, Broad Street to the north, and Main Street to the south, that we would like to take a 60-foot swath of land from Palm Avenue to Lemon and begin a community garden. There is a well and a pump on the site. We hope to start with 4 raised beds and expand if it's successful. We would begin with the 4 beds being 4 feet by 24 feet by 2 feet high. We would probably have 2 plantings a year, and in the off season we may grow herbs and that sort of thing. Thinking we better find out if the extension agents thought this was a good idea. Dr. Bonnie Wells came up from Cocoa today and did a site evaluation. I have a copy here if you'd like to see that. Basically, she says it's a good idea and that we have exactly what we need to do this. The whole purpose of the community garden is not for those of us who plant and weed and water and grow the vegetables to pick them and take them home, but for the community to come in and pick them and use them for their use. I have the names of 6 churches in our area that I can contact so that they can make their members aware and their neighbors aware. And now I'm going to let someone else.
Okay, go ahead. We'll switch you up. But in the meantime, staff, is there anything you want to add to that? Or did you get anything from that you can guide us?
I spoke to this nice lady before she got here tonight, and she called to see if she could put in a community garden, and the code does not permit community gardens in the downtown mixed-use district. So what I believe she is seeking is advisability to amend the community garden code to broaden it and allow it in more areas, including the downtown mixed use.
Well, I'm going to let Lisa Mosier do some talking about that. There's some other options, I understand.
Come on up, young lady, and give your name and address, and we'll go from there.
Lisa Mosier, 3847 Loggerhead Lane, Men's, Florida. I'm here on behalf of the church in downtown Titusville. The church has been there for over 137 years, and we had a preschool for over 50 years. We serve the community by food pantries and community breakfast every Saturday. We do the service projects. With the community gardens, there are community gardens in Satellite Beach, Cocoa Beach, Tampa, Fort Lauderdale. These gardens are to promote health benefits through local fruits and vegetables in an area where it is the residents' ability to obtain this type of food is very low. They live in a food desert. However, it seems that we're in the downtown mixed-use area and community gardens are not permitted. They are permitted in the city, but not in the downtown area. It's a perfect place. Walking distance to the area that is considered the food desert. The church would receive extra produce possibly to give out at the food pantry and at the breakfast. We have a farmer's market twice a month in the downtown Titusville area. This part of the church is surrounded by vacant lots, automobile parts, and repair shops. And then we're catty-cornered to Save-A-Lots. This is not directly on US 1. So we're asking you as a council to give us a consensus for a permit instead of looking at staff to go through the whole process of adding it to the zoning. And no, I forgot what I was going to say. But anyway, we're a nonprofit to go through, try to rezone. We just a little place. We're a nonprofit. We own the land. We have the water. Instead of rezoning the whole thing and going through that process, we're asking for a CUP. We're just asking for the council to give us permission.
And the council is going to ask Ms. Busaka for direction.
Well, the council may choose to give permission, but the staff can't because the code does not permit community gardens in the urban mixed use. I'm sorry, downtown mixed use, or a lot of others. Basically, it's limited to a few community. I think it's community commercial. It might be neighborhood commercial. So it's very limited. This would not require a rezoning of the church. This would not require a conditional use permit. This would simply require advisability. Staff would develop an ordinance, bring it through the process, and it would take a couple of months, as you know, to do that. But this would be a relatively straightforward. I don't think we would change conditions unless we reviewed them and found them to be more onerous than we originally thought. But the staff cannot authorize this use.
Right, and I don't know that we can until we get a change of code.
That's what our attorney is saying.
Yeah, well, then that's what I'm going to go with. And we don't get to just say, okay, we're changing that in Wizard of Oz and we're off to see the wizard. That doesn't work that way. But what I would like to say, when we've done this before, we had the nursery situation, and I know that we were working hard. We were working hard to work with that lady, and things have gone well. Obviously, I would like to see this work. There's a couple of reasons. One, it's practical. It just works. The second thing is, if you were talking about the front on US 1, it doesn't work. But it's a whole different deal on the back. It just is. It's just not the same look. It's not the same traffic. It's not the same pedestrian traffic. It's just not. So to me, it works. It's not a change that I can't live with because to me, it's something that we should do. So I guess I'm simply asking is, what can we do? When can we do it? And how fast can it be done?
As I said, it would take a couple of months because even if I could write the ordinance tonight, we still have advertising deadlines and agenda deadlines, and I can't.
Oh, I get that. I get that.
We're talking a couple of months. I do have a magic wand on my door in my office if you ever need it. But
hold the meeting and go get that.
Yes, but I also have a Class 5 Rapid created in my office, so it's an interesting place. But anyway, I invite any of you to come and watch. So please, it'll take us a couple of months. There's no way we can make that any faster.
Member Jordan.
I was listening intently because I think it's a good idea, to tell you the truth. I'm assuming there's going to be a fence. Where did it go? A fence around this.
We could, but we're hoping that
Not.
it's more inviting for people in the community to come in and pick without going.
Okay. If it wasn't called a community garden, could they do it? And if I owned that piece of land why would I come and ask you permission for me to plant something on it?
I don't know why anybody asks for permission. Except I guess they're afraid of getting caught. Or their mother was a kindergarten teacher and they learned early.
Yeah. I mean, is there anything else you could call this without having to go through all of it?
I actually looked through the code to see if there was anything else that would allow this as an accessory use. I looked under agriculture.
Yeah.
I looked at everything I knew to look at in the code. Now, Mr. Parrish is a very creative individual, so he may have an idea, but I honestly did before I suggested that these nice ladies come tonight.
So,
Member Stokel?
Yeah, Member Jordan was kind of getting to what I was thinking. Could we, for sake of time, this is a church, it's on their property, they decide to plant some items, and some
Landscaping?
people might be able to partake and come visit the church. I'm not trying to like sidestep rules or anything. I'm glad we do have our rules in place, but
Mr. Broom may be able to help me, but I know that there's a statute that was recently passed about people planting vegetables in the front yard of their homes. I do not know if that includes other uses besides residences.
would this be a code enforcement? Like, what would the repercussions potentially be?
Well,
I'm just.
First of all, I'd like to mention that I'm watching people plot on how the church cannot follow the rules. That's the first item I noted here tonight. The second item is, yes, it would be a code enforcement.
But, okay.
And they are proactive, so if they saw something,
Right.
they might certainly, but
Okay.
I can't speak for code enforcement, but I
Okay.
can tell you that they are proactive.
Gotcha. Okay. So it sounds to me like the quickest would be the ordinance. We can't just give out a permit for this item. This would be the correct way to go about it. And it might be something that's actually beneficial. Maybe we'll prompt others. Because I feel like, I guess what other council members have said, this would be a prime location. If there was to be a community garden, I think this is a great location. So I would like to have the advisability and try to get this going as quickly as possible. And then we can talk. Okay.
Pull your wand out. Just get that wand out. Gets this thing done. Vice Mayor.
so Peggy, Brad, what about edible landscaping? Peggy's thinking
As we
hard.
said, if council would like to ignore our code, that is your decision. The staff is going to consider this a community garden, and we're going to follow the code.
Okay.
Now, what you all do, I can go get the magic wand if it will help you with your deliberations this evening, but the staff will follow the code.
This question from our lawyer on the council.
Hey, edible landscaping.
There you go.
You know, everybody likes landscaping,
Very good.
right? So okay, so we're back to change the code.
Yeah.
Change the zoning. Okay.
Member Robinson.
Yes, I've been in the business of helping the poor here in Titusville for 25 plus years. I have heard and been approached about a community garden for that 25 years. We were going to do it right there on the corner of Park and South Street over on the car. We were going to do it there. And it seems like every time someone wants to come up to feed the poor, it's not a way we can do it. Everything can be done. I don't want Peggy and her staff, and she shouldn't be asked to break the rules or break the law. But it's got to be a way that we can come up with a community garden here in Titusville. Now, the last time I was approached about it, about a year or so ago, we had the land, we had a place, but we had no one to do it. Nobody wanted to make the sacrifice and take on the responsibility of doing it. now we have a congregation of believers, of people who want to do something for this community. And we cannot find a way to help them.
We can't find a way to help them tonight. We can find a way to help them. We have a process.
So we're going to say that we're going to find a way to help them so that they can leave here happy tonight.
Well, I don't know how happy they're going to be because it's still going to take us a couple of months.
I mean, okay, you know, they've been hungry for the last 24 years. Let them, a couple of months won't hurt.
That's pretty much what Jesus said. The poor will always be with us.
That's what I like. I want us to put something into this because I've faced this problem here in Titusville. I've sat at that young lady's desk that's sitting behind you over the 24 years and talking about this and still yet. And maybe I'm in a little bit, somebody told me once I used to be able to just bring the wood and heat up the pot. And now I can put some vegetables in the pot. I want to put the vegetables in the pot. Somebody told me that, and I won't say who that was, but I want to see something done. And I hope the rest of this council want to do it as well. That's my speech, and I'm sticking to it.
To conclude your speech, I hope that you heard everybody say just that, except we said, let's try to keep it legal. And I say this all the time. It's kind of an analogy I use. You know, it's one of those things where, you know, if you just move the queen here, you put him in checkmate, and that's the right thing to do. But in government, unfortunately, it takes, 6 steps, 5 pieces of paperwork, et cetera, and then we can move. And unfortunately, what we can best do is say, we're going to get all that done, and then in 2 months you can move that queen. It's frustrating, but that was here long before we got here. So there you go. We got you covered then. So right now it sounds to me like what we're doing, I think we're all in agreement. We want to do this. Oh, hold on one second. See, now you messed me up. But what we have to do is go through the process. And like I said, we tried this with the nursery lady too. And we thought, would a CUP be faster? Would a change of ordinance? Would a change of code? There's no shortcut. It's the best thing you can do is change the code, get it changed. We vote on changing it. We get a garden going. Okay, so that's where we're at with you guys. Okay? All right. Petitions are requested. So you can come up anyway. So come on up. Name and address, and then you go.
I'm Chris Harvey, unincorporated Titusville, Silk Oak Avenue. Just a couple of brief points as I listen tonight. I think I would ask staff, can they plant vegetables on their property? And, is there a rule against that? In an effort to get them started while we consider other code language. But they ought to be able to plant vegetables as a church congregation on the property. And if the church congregation wanted to harvest the vegetables internally, take them and do something together with it, would that meet the definition of a community garden? Or is it the inviting the public to come out and participate right now over the next couple of months that causes us a little grief? So just some thoughts and listening to the back and forth piece. I think it's a great location to do what they're trying to do.
I do too. I totally agree. It's logistically, it's good for the homeless situation and the people there, but it's also, like I said in the beginning, it's not the front of US 1. If it was the front of the church, that's a different ballgame. It's a whole different beast in the back.
And in the meantime, it'll take a little while for them to grow anyway while we can work through the code changes.
There you go.
I'd like to read to you the definition of community garden from our code. Any portion of a lot or parcel managed and maintained by a group of people to grow and harvest food crops and or non-food ornamental crops for personal or group use, consumption, or donation. Community gardens do not include portions of lots or parcels utilized to grow food crops and or non-food ornamental crops for the purpose of commercial wholesaling. If someone comes to me and asks me to issue a permit for a community garden, I will do so in the CC, UMU, and the residential zonings. If someone simply plants that and then the neighbors complain because suddenly they've got people out working, they've got traffic, that whatever, then code enforcement will do what they do. I am not going to stop them from planting. I'm simply not going to give them the permit for a community garden.
Okay, I think we just move forward with where we're going. That's the best we got. Okay. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Do we need an advisability for them to?
We have it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. We are still in petitions and requests, correct? All right, petitions and requests from the public.
Stan Johnston, and I'm speaking as a being transplanted from West Virginia. I want to let you all know that we're going to have another West Virginia Day Fox Lake Park this year, last Sunday in September from 12:30 to 3 o'clock. And that's the, so I'm giving the public an announcement is that we are going to have another West Virginia Day
that's good to hear.
Picnic at West Park. Also, I mentioned at the CRA meeting is that there's going to be a public forum, 3 public forums. It's on the public forums and prayers to save our Indian River. It's going to be, the first one's going to be tomorrow night from 5 to 6 o'clock p.m. That's going to be located next to the causeway. There's 3 small pavilions there. It'll be one of those pavilions. Anybody wants to come and join us in speaking and prayer for our river, welcome to join us. There's some issues that I've mentioned before that we've had problems with, for example, the signage and so forth you see on that sign. And we've had also this you don't like to hear about, but that's what happened, and that is the city refused to turn off the fountains in these parks. In December, January, February, March, and April, and sprayed cars and sewage on from these fountains when the wind blew. It wouldn't stop it. Wouldn't stop it. So that's another reason why this commission didn't want me to be on the Titusville Environmental Commission, because, gee, I would be promoting saying, turn the fountains off. That's what it appears to me. But the council and Mr. Stauffer and our city manager insisted on keeping the fountains on and spraying the public. That's a fact. It's a fact. I even have on this, see that right there, that sign? It says on there, it says, turn the fountains off. That's December the 22nd. Signed and sealed by a professional engineer licensed in the state of Florida to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. Now, you also have a professional engineer, Sean Stauffer, who didn't do it. Got the same kind of license I do. Didn't do it. So I'm complaining about that, and I think you should apologize to the people, and maybe you should do something about Mr. Stauffer, maybe educate him. My grandmother wouldn't put up with this nonsense. Neither would my mother. She says, hey, no, don't spray the people with sewage.
Thank you.
May I have another minute on that?
Oh.
I don't think so. Nobody wants to be talking here about that.
All right, anybody else with, yes, we do.
My name is Rick Guthrie, and I live at 1510 Smith Drive North, Titusville. I've been driving around here for a couple of years, and I've been noticing the trash is starting to accumulate on the sides of the road, and especially the tires. It seems that we don't have some kind of organized program to collect the tires and maybe turn them into a pyrolysis plant so where they could give you fuel for your municipal solid waste division so that you can collect the tires on a fairly, maybe profitable way that they can supply diesel fuel to the city and maybe offset that $2 million fine and fee that we got from EPA. I mean, if you can offset the fuel budget, you know, it's just going to work out that much better. And this works out with plastic too. I was over to the dump. Man, they're renting warehouses to put plastic in. We have to do something about this. Now I see FEMA went out and ordered 1 million grave liners made of plastic. High-density polyethylene #2 plastic. Black plastic, post-consumer plastic. So now we're going to get buried in this stuff. And now there's a Michigan casket company making plastic caskets out of our recycled plastic. I don't want to be buried in that stuff. You know? I'm sorry. You know, I got to draw a line somewhere. I'll drink out of it, but I won't be buried in it. So I think that the city ought to look into like setting up a pyrolysis plant and setting up its own fuel plant to get its own fuel, to make its own fuel. And you can do this from plastic and tires and all that stuff on that list that you've passed out to the people that says, oh, we don't want that plastic because it was made from oil and we don't really want to deal with it. So you can turn all this stuff back into oil, pure, and it'll be purer than the regular because the sulfur is in the crumb, or the crumb rubber, the crumb plastic. So your fuel sulfur is down. Therefore, you don't have to buy the exhaust emissions conditioner. So therefore, you'll save double. You won't be buying diesel fuel, and you won't be buying the exhaust conditioner. I think you should look into it. That's all I got to say. Have a great night.
Here, just curious. Come back.
Yes, sir.
What do you or what did you do for a living?
I was a Navy SEAL.
I just kind of figured there was some chemical something background in there because you certainly were.
Yeah, I was in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, I know about the problem.
Very cool. Okay, listen. First of all, thank you, and I thank you for your service. Okay, appreciate it.
No problem. Have a good night.
You too. Anybody else on petitions or requests? Without that, city manager?
Okay, we're on to consent, which is item 8. City Council, does any City Council members wish to pull any of the consent items?
Don't do it.
City Council, does anybody want to pull a consent agenda item for discussion?
No, sir.
As a reminder, item 8C has been pulled and tabled to 27 July 21. City Clerk, is there any cards for any of the consent agenda items?
Yes, sir. We have one individual that has signed up for 4 items.
And Mayor and Council, with your permission, I'll read the titles for the record.
Thank you.
Consent agenda item 8A, adopt resolution 21-21-21. Wait a minute. That didn't sound right. Adopt resolution 21-20-21, community development fee resolution. Consent agenda item 8B, memorandum of authorize the city manager and the police chief to execute the memorandum of understanding working agreement between the Florida Department of Children and Families and the Titusville Police Department. Consent agenda item 8D, accept the annual pilot club mini grant. Consent agenda item 8E, consent to give the city attorney the authority to bid on public tax deed auction on July 22nd, 2021 for Sun Valley partial lot number 25, block 70. Consent agenda item 8F, approve work order number 2, stormwater cure in place, CIPP liner. Consent agenda item 8G, approve the purchase of vehicles for public works.
Okay. Just going over them. Council, anything you want to add, say, question? No? Okay, then, Clerk, would you call the card, please?
Stan Johnston.
Thank you. What for you got there? I mean,
yes, sir. Stan Johnston, I'm coming to you as a professional engineer, and I've said several times already, licensed by the state to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public, whereas it appears that the city has been opposing me without having someone licensed to oppose that, and I signed it in writing. We have some several items here. Some I approve, some I have neither. On the neither one of that has to do with someone who's not here. And I'm surprised because usually when you have an item on it, the staff member's here, and that's Mr. Stauffer. And that's item number 8E. Public tax deed auction on July the 22nd for Sun Valley parcel lot 25, block 70. So Mr. Stauffer says that, what does he say? I wrote it down here. He said that he wants the well field. He wants it for the well field, and I wrote it on here. I know I did, but I don't see it. Anyhow, he said that he wants it for the. Oh, I don't find it. But anyhow, he said. Here's what he said. He said that, or he wrote. It was written there. Is that it's that he wants to acquire this for the well field. And I have a problem with that because, why would I have a problem with that? It's because I have repeatedly asked questions about this well field, and I have repeated concerns about it. And the well field has been of a big problem, and yet we don't discuss it, but yet we're going to buy another lot on it. So what we've had is they called resting of the well field, because they had so much salt intrusion, and also the wells weren't producing. I don't even know whether they are we even using this well field. We have an initial cost of at least $10 million. $10 million, plus we probably have at least another $5 million on this thing. And yet, we can't, as a resident of the city of Titusville, I can't get answers on this. And we talk about the area of critical concern. It doesn't seem to apply to this area. It's just not working. I want you to know from the get-go what happened on this project. Y'all don't want to hear this because it's secret. Here's what happened. The city started putting some wells in there, some test wells, along Barna Avenue. And what happened was, people's ponds went down. They lost their ponds. People's wells went dry. You don't hear about that because it was an action that it went to court, and I think they sealed it. That's what I understand. So, in other words, from the very get-go, from the very beginning, we had problems with that well field, and we still have problems. So now we're going to go ahead and we're going to listen to Mr. Stauffer, the same guy. This is the same guy who's been spraying the people with sewage and our cars with sewage. Same guy. He's not here. So at least you ought to table it or something. Because like personally, I feel like when I call the number that's on that sign, those signs out there, that the city had posted around the parks and so forth along the river, I call that number and what I do, I leave messages for people to call me. Why in the world does the city have signs out there with telephone numbers to call and they don't answer? Or if they answer, still nobody will return my call. That's what happening in the City of Titusville Water Resource Department. I call again and again and again. So what did I do? I went to the office. And I said, I would like somebody to call me about what's going on at Sandpoint Park. I went to the office, and the secretary there, Anna, she went ahead and took my message and so forth. And do you know who called me? Guess who called me? Nobody. Nobody returned my call. That's what's happening in water resources. Nobody returns the calls, not my calls. So someone else told me to go back there. They said, go back there, and I'll tell you what. And it was Mr. Jeff Davis. Some of y'all know Jeff Davis. I think you do. You know Jeff Davis. So I called Jeff Davis. I said, listen, I got sewage all over my car. I'd like you to see it because it was right there because he's in Parks and Recreation. He says, oh, well, I'm going to lunch. I said, well, how about after lunch? He said, no. You go to Water Resources Department on Garden Street and show him the car because I don't want to see it. That's what Jeff told me. So I drive my car to Water Resources, the same place I was not too long before, and they wouldn't return my call. I parked my car and I said, I'd like to have somebody come and see my car. I got sewage on it, and I've got an outline of skull and crossbones on there where I sketched it on there with my finger. So Anna, who's there, she said, well, there's just nobody here right now. Nobody here. I said, well, I'll just wait till somebody comes. So I waited a few minutes, and I talked to some people coming in, and she said, oh, they started saying, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. You have to leave. And I said, I have to leave? Really? Really, you leave? And I said, I don't see any reason for you to leave. So what'd they do? They called the police on me. Called the police on me because I shouldn't be there. And Anna even said, hey, we don't want to see it. Well, you should take it to the sewage treatment plant. So I said, I'm not going to leave. I want somebody to do it. So what they do, they call the police on me. Of course they called the police on me. And they issued a trespass warrant against me. And the policeman, he went over and looked at my car and saw the sewage. So right now, today, that was in January, I still have a trespass warrant. A professional engineer, licensed by the state, the city has put a trespass warrant on me. They don't want me to go to the Garden Street office because I took my car there to show them sewage on my car. That's what the city of Titusville has come to. Mr. Larice knows all about it. I asked him about it. Mr. Stauffer knows all about it. I still got my trespass warrant. That's what's happening in the city of Titusville. I can't do my job. In other words, as a licensed professional engineer, I'm trying to show them the sewage on my car. They won't even look at it. I mean, I'm licensed to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the people. Yet I can't even show the city of Titusville. So anyhow, I took it to City Hall. And I was welcomed to City Hall, and Joan DeNiro took a picture of it. And that's what I've sent to you. Picture of my hood of my car with engraved on it is skull and crossbones, just like you have skull and crossbones here. So anyhow, I think that I'm going to ask you to table this particular item because Mr. Stauffer's not here. He should present it, and also I think he should also talk about what's going on with the well field. I think the people deserve to know it because we've got millions and millions and millions of dollars invested in that. And I expect it could be about 20 minutes. But anyhow, on the other, let me get it on. 8B was approved. 8D, Annual Pilot Club Mini Grant, I approved that. And let's see, there's another one. 8F, Stormwater Cured in Place Pipeliner. That's Mr. Kevin. And I approved that. That was also, he does a good job on that. So I got a minute left, but I don't want to waste your time. So, excuse me. I don't want to waste your time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Johnston. Any other cards? I need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve consent agenda items 8A, 8B, and 8D to HG.
Second.
Perfect. I got a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Vice Mayor Nelson? Yes. Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Member Jordan?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
We are on agenda item 9A, which is brew ordinance. This is the second reading and the final public hearing. The city attorney will read the ordinance.
Ordinance number 15, 2021, an ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, amending Chapter 28 zoning of the land development regulations to add craft brewery, craft distillery as a permitted use with limitations in the Tourist Tea Community Commercial CC, Downtown Mixed Use DMU, Shoreline Mixed Use SMU, Regional Mixed Use RMU, and Urban Village UV zoning districts amending the permitted use with limitations to require a conditional use permit in the urban mixed-use UMU zoning district, and amending the definition and standards of craft brewery, craft distillery, and removing microbrewery as a permitted use with limitations in the downtown mixed-use DMU zoning district. Specifically amending Section 28-54 use table, Section 28-204 craft brewery, craft distillery, and deleting Section 28-213 microbrewery, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinances, for an effective date and incorporation into the code.
The Planning and Zoning Commission considered this ordinance on June 2nd, 2021, and unanimously voted 7-0 to recommend approval with the following recommendations: to change any zoning category that allows residential uses to require a conditional use where the proposed brew pub is within 100 feet of the residential use. Otherwise, the brew pub shall be permitted as a limited use. On January 20th, 2021, the Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed a proposed ordinance relating to brew pubs. At the meeting, the Commission expressed concerns with the proposed draft and requested it be simplified into a simpler ordinance. Staff's proposed changes to the brew pub ordinance are included in your packet. During the June 8th, 2021 City Council meeting, information was requested regarding the modification or renovation of conditional use permits. Section 3477 is attached with the CUP modifications, revocations language highlighted. Also, Council requested that a map be generated of the current locations of drinking establishments and restaurants within 100 feet of the residential properties, and you have that map. And with that, Mr. Parrish is here to brief you on this one.
Mr. Parrish, do you have anything you want to add?
No, sir. Just that this was heard by Planning and Zoning Commission. They had a recommendation for just that an additional distance from residential uses, and we provided that map, and we believe that there isn't an issue based on what our analysis.
Member Jordan.
Oh, well, you actually answered the question, so there's no adverse effect if we, because this is arbitrary, I assume, the 100 feet away.
Based on the map that we provided to you on page 190 of your packet, there are several existing restaurants and bars that are within 100 feet of a residential use or a district. And so I guess based on the previous conversation in this meeting today about outdoor seating, we have very little evidence of nuisances related to that as far as that we could provide to you.
So you're saying 100 feet is not
From our point of view, we don't believe it doesn't appear to be an issue.
Okay. But need to know. Thank you.
Any other council member with comment? No. Call the cards.
Lindsay DeSettler. I think she left. And Nicole Corning.
Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Nicole Corning, 4285 Dixie Way in Mims. And first of all, I want to thank you guys all for considering the revised craft brewery ordinance. We believe it'll attract additional craft breweries and distilleries with more opportunities to open in our growing community. This revised ordinance will help to allow Titusville to become a destination where people will come for the untouched landscape like our national seashore, the spectacular rocket launches, the bioluminescent kayaking, the aeronautical history, but then they'll stay for a vibrant nightlife while enjoying the cool river breezes and the really great views we have here. And I gave you guys a little packet that I put together with testimonials from friends and other people that are brewers in other communities and people from this community that are for it, and how it's helped other communities around Florida by bringing in more craft breweries. Such as Sanford, Jacksonville, Tampa, St. Pete, Dunedin, those are just a few of them. And outside of the pandemic year of 2020, craft beer has exponentially risen in production, providing more jobs for local residents, while also drawing in more small business openings, which in turn positively impacts the local community. And my husband and I initiated this petition for zoning change in 2019, along with our friends and colleagues from Rocket City Realty, Lisa and Holly, in the hopes of making Titusville into a destination for craft beer enthusiasts and a place for locals to go, rather than having to drive to Orlando or Daytona or Cocoa Beach. We can just stay here. We don't have to drive way out there. It has been a long journey to get where we are today, but definitely worth it. And again, thanks for your time.
Well, thank you. I think we are moving in a good direction. I will just say that. Craft beers and breweries were never anything we saw on agendas in the past, and it does seem like there's people like you and certainly Holly, et cetera. Seems to be a little push. So keep up the good work. Your packet shows how much you care. Good packet. Thank you.
And one of my friends, also Aaron Robinson, who is deployed right now off in duty in Texas, he's also trying to open Fat Drum Brewing while we're trying to open Hydrosaurus. And this would just greatly benefit both of us.
Very good. Thank you so much for your input.
All right, thank you.
Another card?
Edward Irvin.
So my name is Ed Irvin, and I'm a fairly new resident to Titusville at 2180 Country Club Drive. Been here since April, but I've been coming to this town all my life. I just want to state I've been in the craft beer industry professionally since about 2013. I've seen the economic impact of opening new breweries in different areas and the clientele that it brings. I have been in areas such as Tampa, which I would never have gone to. And seen how the community has reacted and how these businesses have impacted the. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. Didn't plan to be here tonight. Have impacted their local communities in a positive way. Quite frankly, in 2011, when the space program ended, I thought I'd probably never be coming back to this town, and now I'm a happy resident. I started coming back here because we opened Playa Linda Brewing opened, and I was able to support friends that work here. I have been all over the state. I have seen different areas that that have changed because of it. Most notably, towns like Sanford that were, quite frankly, in a similar situation where, at times, it felt like nobody wanted to be there at certain times. Now they have a vibrant life. They have a vibrant, youthful culture that come out and support these businesses, and the locals stay there as well. If you look at areas such as St. Petersburg, they are actually marketing their craft breweries as a destination and as a reason to come there. And I believe that with people such as Nikki and others that are looking to open these type of businesses, it will be beneficial to our community. For instance, in 2000, there were roughly less than 20 breweries open in the entire state. And I'm talking about I'm talking about locally owned independent products. As of 2011, there were 45, and as of January this year, there are now 426. Quite frankly, if this was not something that was approved, it would be a shame for our community not to be involved in this, in those growing numbers. So, having been all over the place, I believe that this community can be a destination for more than what we've been before, and people will stay here just to have a visit. For instance, and I know I'm all over the place, there has been very few times where I have been in the hardware store location of Playa Linda Brewing where I haven't run across somebody from another state or another part of the state or another part of our state, and had to recommend, hey, the next brewery you can go to is down in Cocoa Village or Intracoastal in Ugali. Quite frankly, we should be recommending that they go visit another one in this town.
Very good. Very good. Well said. Thank you. And you didn't look nervous at all to me. Any other cards?
Yes. The next two cards are, it looks like Sal and Connie, and I'm probably going to get the spelling of this last name. It looks like Rugianes. Did they leave? Okay.
We don't know.
Then the last card is Laura Ward.
Laura Ward. I live on River Edge Drive. I live in the SMU district, and I'm just want an explanation of why SMU would not require a conditional use permit, but UMU does. Can I get an explanation for that?
Stop the clock. Brad, can you give us an answer?
This was something that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended. They felt it necessary that a microbrewery in the UMU district, urban mixed use district, which is west of our downtown primarily, warranted a public hearing. They did not recommend that for the other zoning districts, but that's something that the City Council could consider as well.
Start the clock. That seemed to be the explanation.
Well, I feel like Shoreline Mixed Use District goes all along the lagoon. I feel that the brewery, there's a brewery component to what we're talking about here, which is, and they're relegated to industrial districts now. So, I mean, I'm glad that they're going to be able to not be in the industrial district if it's not totally industrial. But does that industrial component, I just think Shoreline Mixed Use is the district that should have had the requirement for a CUP.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
Brad, you got anything else you want to add?
The only thing you should be aware of that if you do add conditional use requirements for the other in the other zoning districts, this ordinance would have to be re-advertised because the ad, the way it was written, only addresses conditional use permit for the UMU zoning district. But as far as requiring or expanding it to other zoning districts, we didn't see the need for it. Our initial recommendation to Planning and Zoning Commission was that there would just be a limited use and not require conditional use. And the reason for that is typically you'll see a restaurant as a permitted use, permitted retail use in a lot of these zoning districts. And the sale of alcohol, beer and wine is associated with that. However, I can see that there are certain situations where if it's based on the scale, the size of the use of the restaurant, or if it's going to be primarily located within or adjacent to a residential area, maybe that might warrant a conditional use permit. But based on what we saw in the zoning code and the different zoning districts around the city, we didn't see a need for it. And that's partly based on the map that you have here in your agenda packet as well on page 190.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Parrish. Your input is very appreciated. Any other cards? I would like a motion on 9A, 15-2021.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance number 15-2021 relating to breweries without the recommendation.
I have a motion from Mr. Jordan. Member Jordan?
Yep.
I'm looking for a second.
I would second it.
I have a second from almost said Vice President. I have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Member Jordan?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
City Manager, we move to 9B.
On to 9B, which is ordinance 16-2021 on grease interceptors. This is the second reading and the final public hearing for ordinance 16-2021, and the city attorney will read the ordinance.
Ordinance number 16-2021, an ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, revising, modifying, and amending Chapter 21 of the Code of Ordinances, Article 3, Division 8, grease interceptors, Section 21-240 requirements by amending grease interceptor code changes, amending Sections 21-240A1, 21-240A2, 21-240C2, and 21-240C3, deleting Section 21-240C1, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinances, an effective date, and incorporation into the code.
On February 9th, 2020, Water Resources Department provided a presentation to the Community Development Agency on grease interceptors. Following the presentation, the CRA requested that a review of grease interceptor code be conducted by staff and to propose code changes that would promote flexibility and revise the current case-by-case evaluation process existing facilities in the code. On June 8th, The first reading of the ordinance was conducted. At the time, City Council provided additional guidance and further modifications to the ordinance. With those modifications have been incorporated into the proposed ordinance. In addition, it was confirmed that the American Rescue Act plan does provide for a reimbursable grant program for the installation of approved grease interceptors, and you'll see that later on tonight. And with that, Ashley is here to answer any questions that you may have.
Hello, Miss Ashley.
Hi.
We've had lots of questions about these little interceptors, haven't we?
Yes.
Is there anything you want to say and kind of summarize where we're at with this, please?
I'll gladly summarize. So after our last meeting that we were here and we made some more modifications, we've made it where this code will apply to existing and new facilities. So any type of facility that has food establishment, basically, and you can have an internal or external device. And I think that's the simplest form of saying that. If you want more details, I'm happy to provide, but I think that promotes the most flexible option. We did include the definition of the design professional for a licensed architect and or professional engineer, following the building code that matches the building code. So
would you say that that has loosened things up a little bit compared to where we were?
I think so. I'm hoping business owners are happy with this.
That was our,
staff is also.
Speak for myself, but I think that was all of our concerns up here, that there were certain criterion that eliminated many businesses who maybe wanted to open a hot dog stand or a hot dog shop or ice cream, whatever it was. The cost of that was crazy. And I appreciate you doing what you've done and your people, and I appreciate that very much. With that, Member Jordan.
Yeah, well done, Ashley. Really appreciate your work on this. You said something that I just need to make sure I heard you right. They can have in or out. So it's their discretion?
It's going to be on the design professional.
The design, whomever they
So
hire.
not necessarily the business owner won't get to decide that. A design professional will have to. So there will still be calculations and thought put into that and following those state codes. And the city will have the opportunity to review, but it should be really straightforward now.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, nobody else over there. Call the cards, please.
We have one card. It's Nathan Slusher.
Good evening, Nathan Slusher at 860 Allendale Street, Titusville, 96. I had an interesting phone conversation with a couple of business owners that are very concerned of this. And then I did a review of Section 21240. And Section 1, it's amazing at the moment because it means the city does a case-by-case basis because every restaurant is different. So if we have one unilateral rule, it really makes it difficult. You can't compare Dixie Crossroads, which is a huge restaurant, to a hot dog stand. And so it makes it great that the city actually does a case by case. And then on Section 2, it verifies that every facility maintains at all times the records, which is great. And Section 3 prevents the use of the emulsification chemicals, meaning no dumping Drano down the grease traps. But the cost of hiring a design professional is the scary thought process that people are concerned with. Specifically, when we're moving to a mobile world or commissary kitchens in which we can have 5, 6, 7 restaurants on these apps that use the same kitchen. So now who's in charge of it? Does the cost get split per restaurant? Does the cost get split to the owner or the landlord? It increases the cost of everything. So it's not just a basic restaurant like Olive Garden anymore. Now you've got 10 food trucks using one kitchen. Per state law, they have to have a commissary. So they all find one kitchen to use. Or the apps, like we have Denny's, uses a whole another restaurant, uses their kitchen too. I didn't know if you knew that. But the cost of the design professional is a very scary moment from what I have heard. And I don't know how that's going to turn us away, so I'm very concerned with the increased cost. Now, I also know that we have put forth the grant for the American Rescue Plan to cover that, but those dollars are going to run out. What happens in 8 years when this law still exists, but that grant's gone? So while it sounds like a fantastic short-term solution, long-term, it doesn't help our small businesses. Those are my concerns. Thank you.
I've got to ask, how many restaurants do we have sharing kitchens in Titusville?
I'm sure that there are some, and I don't have those numbers on hand, but I do know that any business that comes through now, whether it's in going into an existing building or it's a new, a completely new site, pre-treatment is supposed to be per kitchen. So it would be, and per business, really. I don't know that we would permit shared facilities. I guess I would have to kind of defer to how you're allowed to do those things. I'm sure there's existing that exists like that today, but I don't know that that could be new.
And it sounds like that's a future, not futuristic, that sounds like it's way far away, but it sounds like the changing times.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of things have changed, and they change fast, and I'll be honest with you, I haven't heard about, until now, restaurants sharing kitchens. I'm not sure how that works. How does Village Inn share a kitchen with anybody? Or how does Denny's share a kitchen with anybody? It seems like logistically they at least have to be next door to each other.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is like plaza style establishments, and even with a lot of our existing, they have separated units, and then each of those would be evaluated on there by themselves. So.
I think the clarification is if you have a commissary and you rent out your commissary under food trucks, say you have 5 different food trucks that want to use your kitchen. By state law, the food truck must have a commissary kitchen where they go to dump their grease traps, to dump their water, to fill up. They have to have one. Every food truck does. It's supposed to. So somebody buys a kitchen and they lease it out to food trucks to use as their commissary, and they get 5, 6, 7 that come to the kitchen. Every food truck also requires a license. Are every one of those food trucks going to have to get the design professional? That's the question.
And that's a question you can ponder.
Okay, you want me to
No,
add anything?
I just, what I'm saying is it's not anything we need to worry about today. But it is a good question. It's around the curve thinking, and again, something you can think about, but you've done your job for the day. I'm getting like that, aren't I? With that, any more cards? I'd like a motion on 9B.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance number 16, 2021, grease interceptors.
I have a motion.
Second.
And I have a second from Vice Mayor. And with that, roll call vote.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Member Jordan?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nelson? Yes. Member Stokel?
Yes.
Very good. City Manager?
On to 9C. This is the transmittal of the Vision-Based Comprehensive Plan Amendment Application 1-2020. In the fall of 2017, representatives from the city's consultants, Canaan and Associates, led several comprehensive plan visioning workshops with the public. In January 2018, a final visioning document summarized the workshops and was adopted by City Council. In May 2018, Canaan and Associates presented a draft set of goals, objectives, and policies for the future land use, transportation, and housing elements of the comprehensive plan. The staff subsequently incorporated the proposed elements into the new comprehensive plan and revised the remaining elements for concurrency-related facilities. On February 9th, 2021, the regular City Council meeting, City Council supported the plan being submitted to the state for review. Council's discussion included LID, going green with city vehicles, concern with social economic disadvantaged neighborhoods, vocational job training, and not leaving any community behind or street behind. The plan will come back to the city for additional input upon the transmittal. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended the City Council approve and proceed with transmitting the 2040 draft comprehensive plan with all past communications from the current or previous P&Z Commission members, with current comments from the P&Z Commission members, both past and present comments from citizens that have been provided. Motion was approved 6 yes, 1 no, with Member Rice said he had not had enough time to review the document and could not support it this time. This is the public hearing and the approval of transmittal of the draft 2040 visioning comprehensive plan to the State Land Planning Agency. And Mr. Parrish is here to answer any questions.
Parrish, anything you want to add to that?
At the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, they had asked that I provide to you all the communication and comments and questions that they had generated over 26 meetings with them on this topic. So we did that. There's about 130 pages in there in your packet after this comp plan, which begins on page 341 of your packet. So throughout this process, we tried to answer all of their questions. I think we answered the majority of their questions to their satisfaction. I will tell you that the remaining issues that were outstanding, according to the Planning and Zoning Commission and to several members of the public, are primarily related to the environmental policies of this comp plan. We tried to just carry over many of the environmental policies from our current comp plan into this new one, but we did make modifications based on what we believe was reasonable. They had many concerns about enhancing the policies related to protection of the area of critical concern, wetlands, wetland loss, and the Indian River Lagoon. In fact, there was a request to even create a specific element or section of this specifically only dedicated to the Indian River Lagoon. What I answered was that it's throughout the whole comp plan that addresses it in many ways. Another issue that came up was protection of single-family residential neighborhoods. We tried our best. I think we did our best to include that in there. Many policies and land use categories that address that protection of existing single-family subdivisions. However, based on comments and recommendations from the consultant, we introduced several policies that talk about really utilizing infill development for other types of housing, such as multifamily that includes duplexes, triplexes, quadruplexes, and the such. The missing middle, basically. So typically the type of development we get is single-family detached homes or multifamily garden-style apartments. And so we want to try and encourage other types of housing in more areas of the city. But I believe that we introduced enough policies and protections in here to be able to protect existing single-family neighborhoods, but also provide some flexibility. I think the details as far as design criteria and development standards are really relegated to the land development code and not quantifying those kind of regulations inside the comp plan. So we try to iterate that with the Planning and Zoning Commission, and we believe we successfully did that with this draft plan. We recommend that it be transmitted to the state so that we can find out whether we're on the right track. It will come back to you, and we will continue the conversation with the Planning and Zoning Commission and with you during that process.
Okay, the key word here, as everybody heard, it comes back to us. So we're just really sending in for transmittal. And Member Robinson.
Brad, good evening. I read all of those minutes, and my heart goes out to you. It does, and you did. I think you did a very stellar job in trying to keep all of this together. And I think my question was just answered. If something is accepted by the state when we send it, and when it comes back to us, can we change something that they have accepted?
Yes, we can. In fact, I believe that from my experience going through this before with EAR updates, evaluation and appraisal report type amendments, and I'm sure Peggy can answer this as well, concur with it. If they're insignificant changes, we can get those reviewed by the state fairly quickly and approved. Okay. But if it is significant, it probably will have to go back for a full review again.
Because it may have an effect on something else that's in the document.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. We ready to move forward? Let's go ahead and get a motion on 9C.
We have cards.
Oh, do we have cards? That's just
Yes,
right. My bad.
That's okay.
That's my code for we have cards.
The first card is Laura Ward.
Laura Ward, River Edge Drive. I just want to be on record that I spoke at the transmittal, and there are some things that have been taken out of the comp plan that have served the community well, having them in your comp plan up until this one. And I mean, when it comes back, I'll come back in and talk to you about it. Brad's tried to convince me, but I'm not convinced.
Convince you that they're still there, or that
No, you've taken things out.
All right.
He's tried to convince me that was a good thing. I'm just not, I don't believe it is. The thing in particular that I'm thinking of is the requirement for multifamily housing to be on either a collector or an arterial. That's been in your comp plan always. And it's protected single-family residences from having an inappropriate multifamily put in the middle of their neighborhood. And that's gone now. You know, Brad, he made a stellar attempt. But I'm just not, no, I don't believe it. You can't say, well, we just want to be flexible, because flexible means the guy that's looking at it gets to decide. And that's not the way it should be. It should be written down so everybody knows what the rules are. And the kind of examples that were given to me of where we need this flexibility so we can address infill. If it's an issue, the applicant can get a variance. It's that simple. So that's what I think. I'll be back when this thing comes back.
Okay.
And thank you very much.
Thank
and
you.
Thank you to Brad, because he's been really patient.
Thank you, Brad.
Mr. Mayor, I got a question.
Member Jordan.
Yeah. Brad, what does the pink mean?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The highlighted area.
In the comp plan where I highlighted a couple?
Yeah.
So those are the last changes that we proposed from the last time this was brought before you. And we presented that, we showed that to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and they recommended approval. They didn't have any questions about that. But those I wanted to point out were the actual changes that have happened since the last time you saw this.
So these are inclusive, right?
Yes, sir.
So when Ms. Ward is talking about the multifamily development, it says it should be located adjacent to at least a collector street. That's what she wanted, right? It's in there.
Yeah, believe you're looking at page 246 of your packet.
Yeah.
There's a policy there. It's called Neighborhood Housing, Neighborhood Policy number 1.2.9. And it says multifamily development in the neighborhood land use category should be located adjacent to at least a collector street.
Right.
That's relatively similar to the existing language in the current comprehensive plan, but we believe it still allows a little bit of flexibility as far as where that particular multifamily development might occur. So, for example, the current comp plan says that a medium density residential land use category has to be adjacent to a collector or higher type street. Well, that's for the whole district. There are several parcels within that whole district or the whole block that might not have immediate adjacency or access to that road. So I think what this is saying is that we should try to focus or put our multifamily districts closer to those collector and arterial roads, but the actual development itself doesn't necessarily have to have immediate access to that type of road. That was a concern that P&Z had, I have to mention. There is a table in here that you should be aware of. It's on page 261 of your packet. This was brought up by a couple members of the commission. So this is corridor land use matrix. So this is just identifying, this was picked up by some members of the commission who believed that we were advocating multifamily development to be on local roads. And that's not necessarily true. You have plenty of properties inside the city that are zoned multifamily today that are on our local roads as they're classified according to our city's plan, our current plan. What this table is really saying is that this is where we believe these particular land use categories should be primarily located. That's all it's saying. It's not saying specifically that we're advocating multifamily to be adjacent to a local road. I do want to point out, too, there's a project that was recently approved by the city with a site plan. It did have to get variances because they had issues with setbacks. That's an affordable housing development. That's on Brown Avenue. That has 10 units in there. It was already zoned for multifamily, and it's on local road. It's not adjacent to a multifamily development, but it is in a zoning that is part of a larger district or a larger land use district that is immediately adjacent to a collector or an arterial. So I think we're meeting the intent of the comprehensive plan as far as these land use categories.
It did. I'm fine.
You good?
Yes.
Anybody else? Any other cards?
Yes, one more card. Mary Spar.
I'm getting there with you now.
Okay, good evening. I'm Mary Spar. I live in Cocoa, and I'm representing the Sierra Club. We want to get on the record just like Laura. We understand the process, and we want to make sure that you understand that we have some suggestions for improvements of your wetlands language. I'd like to say that not too long ago, you considered a strange application involving wetlands. And the Water Management District had issued a permit to the applicant to fill some wetlands. And the city was aware of the permit and had a conversation with the applicant. But by a most unusual sequence of events, the wetlands were filled. So then they became impacted wetlands or uplands, so the wetlands policies in the comp plan didn't apply. And the applicant even stated at the P&Z meeting that he'd never seen anything like it before. And I believe staff thought it was most unusual as well. So I thought at the time that this situation can't be repeated, and it can be prevented by improved wording in the 2040 plan, and that's what you have in front of you. So we've suggested some wording that is like the counties to clarify the different roles of the Water Management District and the city. And also we'd like to make sure that you don't delete a conservation strategy that you might need to better protect wetlands by the Indian River Lagoon. So we've made these suggestions before, and we just, like I say, we want to get on the record. Obviously, you could change it now. I kind of doubt that's going to happen, but we'll see you again. And we hope for improved wetland language to prevent problems and to help you protect the Indian River Lagoon. Okay.
Thank you. Any other cards? All right. I need a motion for 9C, the transmittal of vision-based comp plan.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve transmittal of vision-based comprehensive plan amendment application number 1-2021.
I have a motion.
Second.
Member Stokel seconds. Roll call vote.
Let's see. Member Jordan?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nelson? Yes. Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Motion passes. City Manager.
On to 9E. This is the conditional use permit 1-2021 Kennedy Point Marina. The applicant, Kent Oliver, good to see you, Kent. Haven't seen you in a while. On behalf of Applewood Apartments LLC, is the owner requesting a conditional use permit to expand the operation of a marina with additional improvements subject to site plan approval to allow an outdoor recreation, commercial amusement, boat rental on the property located at 4749 South Washington Avenue. The Planning and Zoning Commission considered this item at their July 7th, 2021 meeting and recommended approval by staff. The motion carried 5-2. And Mr. Bisaka is here to answer any questions that you may have. The applicant is here to address conditional use permit 1-2021.
Ms. Busaka.
I just wanted to go over briefly that the yacht club, the applicant in 1980 submitted documentation proposing 168 residential units, commercial space, and a yacht club on this property. There was actually subsequently a portion of the property was developed per an approved sketch plan, and a portion of the property was sold to Brevard County to create Kennedy Point Park. So there is some access issues because of the sale of this property several times, but that will be reviewed by the staff during the site plan process. In addition to that, we did review for consistency with the comprehensive plan and have found that this is consistent with future land use policies, coastal management element policies, and these are described in your staff report. In addition to that, the proposed the proposed use is consistent with the US 1 Corridor Master Plan Study Area 2007. There's some issues about, there was a review about nuisance factors, and because this is an existing marina, the staff does not feel that there will be any additional nuisance factors. In addition to that, there is a sewer moratorium on this site right now, although that may change with the extension of the sewer line. But for the time being, there is not additional sewer capacity. Therefore, the proposed office building, which is 240 square feet, so it's quite small, any proposed office building would not be permitted to connect to the city sewer system. So there will also be a review about a septic tank or facility, and as you know, that's reviewed by the state. There will be screening will be addressed during the site plan process. There is an existing billboard sign on the property. It's been on the property since at least 1999, and although it is not permitted within the Shoreline Mixed Use District today, there is no suggestion that this would have to be removed because it's, we believe, legal nonconforming. The hours of operation are consistent with the surrounding properties. The hours of operation are proposed to be between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. and on call as needed. When we reviewed whether the proposed change is out of scale with the neighborhood, you know that there's residential immediately to the north of this property. And basically what they're requesting is a continuation of the marina use, proposed addition of approximately 240 square feet of office space, and the addition of boat rental, which does not really change the use size or intensity of the current use. Staff recommends approval with two conditions. One, that sewage pump out facilities remain available if providing service to boats with onboard facilities. And two, at least one educational sign be installed to inform the public of the harmful effects of metal-based anti-fouling boat paint. And these conditions were recommended by the Planning and Zoning.
Okay. Mr. Applicant, would you like to come forward? also known as Mr. Kent. How you doing? Good to see you. It's been a while.
Well, it's good to be back and nice seeing all of you again. My plans haven't changed.
Hold up real quick. Give me your name and address.
Kent Oliver, owner of the marina, and live in Titusville.
Perfect.
My plans haven't changed relative to the total site of creating a resort-type atmosphere with a hotel, condo, restaurant, bar, etc. That's still in the works. What happened is COVID-19.
Yeah.
And 30 hotels getting shut down. Income stream had to be developed towards saving those at the present time. Fortunately, a lot of those are coming back quite nicely. So I'm able to stand here in front of you saying I hope to get this project completed at some point in time. Relative to the existing marina, I rebuilt all the docks. We put in water, sewer, electric, internet. We have dredged to the initial maintenance dredge depth of 5 feet, and we have dredged some areas to 7 and 8 feet and expect to continue the dredging since we did get permits to go that deep and get it back to what its original depth was. Relative to the billboard sign that's there, that's currently an income stream for me. And I'd like to keep that until we start the formal development because it does provide necessary revenue that takes care of some of the costs. Tom is here from the Condo Association. There's a couple issues there. One is the entrance on their property, which we have an easement for ingress and egress. We have an easement for ingress and egress at the park. The request by the Planning Commission to add another entrance will be dictated by the DOT. And, I can't promise that would happen, but we already have existing easements for ingress and egress. What I can tell you is that we have a great working relationship with the Condo Association, and to the extent that there can't be an additional entrance to that property, we would agree to maintain, because there would be an increase in traffic at that location. There's a piece of property that's adjacent to the condos that was recommended that we resolve that issue. When I bought the property, my title says I own it. They have something that says they own it, so we agreed to come to some form of agreement. And we do have a piece of paper that we signed with the Condo Association, and would be happy to give that to you when we part here. And so from that perspective, my plans haven't changed. They've been delayed, but I still plan on finishing the development agreement and getting those approvals. And since I think we last spoke, relative to the height, we did get the FAA to sign off on the height. So I guess I don't have anything else to say. We've been working hard to complete the marina, get the wall done. That was another thing that I wanted to move the wall to my property line, and it took me 3 years to get that permit. And the dredging permit I have now gives me a 5-year completion timing on it. I want to get it done as soon as possible, but that's all subject to weather conditions around here.
Yes, yes.
You have occasional hurricanes, and
Yeah.
a lot of east wind that comes across that prohibits some of that activity to happen. So I'm happy to be here. I'm glad that we were able to rebuild the marina and create an asset for the city and hope to continue to make it better.
Well, first of all, we're passing an ordinance, so there'll be no hurricanes this year. So you have no worries there. Secondly, I'm always impressed with how much you're doing. You know, I've had an opportunity to sit next to this guy some Rotary meetings in the past, and just the things that he takes on are just amazing to me. And I can only imagine how hard somebody who owns resorts around the country and maybe world could get hit during that last year. Holy cow.
Yeah, it was definitely devastating.
Well, and you're still standing. So, and seriously, you're still standing. You're here. You're still moving forward. You're doing things, and you impress me with the person you are. That being said, I've always liked the project, and I can't speak for everybody else, but certainly I'm ready to do what we need to do to move forward with this thing. Anybody else have anything they need to say? Questions? I see none. Do we have cards? Okay, one card, and you can come back up at the end if need be.
Okay.
Thomas Gerto.
My name is Tom Guyton. I live at 4747 South Washington, Kennedy Point. I really don't have too much to say unless you wanted me to go over the agreement that we've reached with the marina.
I don't believe that concerns us at this time.
If you don't need it, you'll have a copy of the agreement. So.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Appreciate that help. Like any other cards? Anything you want to add before we?
I don't think so.
Okay. Then what I look for is I think I've already got a light push down there. Member Jordan, are you ready to make that motion?
I am. Mr. Mayor and Council, I move that we approve conditional use permit number 1-2021 Kennedy Point Marina.
I have a motion.
Second.
And I have a second from the Vice Mayor. Roll call vote.
Mayor Diesel.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nelson.
Yes.
Member Stokel.
Yes.
Member Robinson.
Yes.
Member Jordan.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Excuse me, I have a question.
Yes.
Is that with or without the conditions recommended by staff?
Is that good or bad? Need to know.
Well, going back to the fact that we were doing a development agreement, I wasn't, when the development agreement got put on hold for basically two reasons, COVID and then the city's sewer issue, where from a capacity standpoint, I was told I couldn't do anything yet. So I formally stopped the development agreement. And then I was later notified by the city that we needed a conditional use permit to operate. So I paid the additional fees and have been cooperating with the city to the fullest extent. What I do ask is relative to the conditions, the new entrance would be subject to DOT, and the final plan and approval with the development agreement. That the boat club is not something that I own. There's a number of them scattered at marinas up and down the coast here. And what that office is a reclaimed storage container that's been refurbished and it's portable. And so you can stick a forklift under it and move it. It's just a convenience item for the boat club so that they can have an air-conditioned spot when they're waiting for their club members to come and rent or take out a boat. So it's like a timeshare, their business. I just rent them the slips, so I have no vested interest in their business. But once I build a hotel and have a resort, we would more than likely rent pontoon boats and other items. The billboard I'd like to keep as a revenue stream until such time as I start the full development. I do have a contract.
And Mayor, I think there's two conditions, and one is a sewer pump out facility shall remain available if providing services to boats on board facilities. And the second condition is at least one educational sign be installed in a publicly accessible area of the site to inform the public of the harmful effects of metal-based anti-fouling boat
You
paint.
just need to decide how you're making that motion.
Can I speak to the sewer? Relative to the sewer, we have near each pedestal that services two boats, I have a sewer line with a vacuum pump that sucks the sewer out of the boats directly into the city sewer. So I wanted a green certificate. I wanted something that would be functional and better for the public and for the environment. And so that I've already installed that. And I spent a lot of money accomplishing that. So that condition exists. People don't have to move to pump their boats.
Well, that was the main thing. So the sewage pump out facility you agree with, and then the educational sign you have no problem with.
Yeah, no problem. We have those.
Yeah, they agree to it. Yes. That's the motion, and that was the second. Second stands. Yeah, we did that backwards, but we got it in.
Still needs a vote.
Mr. Psaki, you almost done?
Yeah, you'll need to vote again with those.
Yeah,
Motion
okay.
is second.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. City Clerk, we're going to redo that. So let's, as a matter of fact, state the motion.
Oh, move that we approve conditional use permit CUP number 1-2021 Kennedy Point Marina with staff conditions.
And the second holds. Now roll call vote.
Let's see, that is
We got her confused now.
Vice Mayor Nelson.
Yes.
Member Stokel.
Yes.
Member Robinson.
Yes.
Member Jordan.
Yes.
Mayor Diesel.
Yes. Now we did
Thank you
it.
very much.
All right. Thank you, Kent. Thank you very much for investing in our
see you all.
city. Thank you. City Manager.
On to 9F. This is a conditional use permit number 2-2021 to allow warehousing and wholesale use be located at 3945 Capron Road with one condition. The Planning and Zoning Commission considered this item during their July 7th, 2021 regular meeting and recommended approval as recommended by staff. The motion carried 7-0. The applicant, who could not be present, he's under the weather today, is requesting a conditional use permit for the warehousing and wholesale to be used at 3945 Capron Road. The property is zoned light industrial services warehouse, and the CUP requested is to utilize the current site as a warehousing and wholesale. It requires a review and an approval through a CUP, and when the comprehensive plan future land use designation is not industrial.
Thank you.
Mr. Busaka is here to answer questions that you may have.
I just want to tell you briefly that the staff has reviewed this, that we find that it's in compliance with the elements of the comprehensive plan. We don't anticipate nuisance issues. There are no issues to adopted level of service. That the applicant indicates the proposed hours of operation will be from 7:30 to 6 p.m. We don't expect that that will have an impact to the surrounding properties. There is residential located across the street. However, the industrial has been in this area for quite some time, and so this is not a change to the character of the area. The applicant has agreed not to have bulk storage of flammable liquids or allow outdoor display. We recommend the CUP with one condition, and that is that the 2009 site plan required installation of some landscaping, which either was not done or has since died. So we would like to see that landscaping put back in. The applicant wrote an email stating that he has no problems with that condition, and he asked me to convey to the council that he appreciates your time and consideration.
Very good. Council, any other questions? Yes, Member Jordan.
I know it's getting late and I'm starting to get tired, and she's over there sleepy for sure, but I just don't understand the landscaping. I'm in an industrial area. I know the requirements, and to me, it just doesn't make any sense. What difference is it going to make? It's not even around anything. It's next to the barn light structure, right? That's
At the very end of that
Right.
road, and there is residential across the street, but
So-
there is industrial and warehousing all on the street adjacent to it.
Yeah. What kind of shrubs is he supposed to put up there?
They're relatively minor.
Yeah.
They're,
just-
as I said, the applicant stated that he had no issues. He said recently they've had some problems actually getting the landscaping materials themselves. I don't have,
Well, it really doesn't matter. To
but
me,
it's shrubbery basically.
Yeah, to me, it's just unnecessary for where he is. I mean, that's not the prettiest area in the world for sure, and the shrub is not going to make it any better, to tell you the truth. So,
Well, and not a lot of people even go back there to see it.
right, it's nothing. I mean,
So
to me, it's
I'd
a waste
agree
of
with that.
money. You know, that's
I always
about it.
hate, we've been through these before, I hate to mandate something like that, but I also get it if that's part of the code.
Well, is staff hard up on that? They just have to have the shrubs.
That was required in 2009. As I said, it either was never put in or they have subsequently died. Now, the code says that the site plan, that those materials are supposed to be maintained, but that was a condition that's recommended by us. Council can certainly approve this without that.
Very good.
All I can tell you is I know when you're doing a development and you have to put the what do you call the things, the lane, the stuff along the sidewalks and everything.
Okay.
Yeah, those little things. And once you all are gone, and I got, you just knock them down. I mean, what are you going to do? All right, I've had enough.
You've told on yourself. You've told on yourself,
I'm
sir.
just saying.
Okay, are there any cards on this? Any Council Member Jordan?
Yes, I move that we approve conditional use permit 2-2021. What is this? 4005-3945 Campron Road.
I have a motion. And I have a second.
With staff recommendation? Or he left that out? Leaving that out?
I left it out.
We're not going to redo that. So we have a second with staff recommendations from Member Stoker.
Are you
I was
agreeing?
asking, so Jolyn, our vice mayor, seconded, but I'm asking for clarification before we vote. Is this with staff recommendations? or without?
Absolutely. Let's not have a long discussion.
I
Let's
think
go-
just like they're willing to, I say let's just keep it in with staff recommendation. If they didn't want to, I'd be okay with
It's
it.
just a matter of principle with
Yeah.
me, but that's fine. Let's go. Let's go.
All right, so let me redo that. Vice Mayor was the second.
Yes.
And we will go from there. And Member Jordan will probably not get this picky from here on in. So with that being said,
you don't know.
Roll call vote.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Member Jordan?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. City Manager.
On to 9G, and this is a conditional use permit 3-2021 located at 1450 Harrison Street, the Grove Church. Thanks for hanging in there. Sorry it's getting late. The applicant is requesting a conditional use permit to operate a preschool child care facility within the existing church located at 1450 Harrison Street. The staff recommends approval of the conditional use permit with the following conditions. Add landscaping between Barna Avenue and the proposed play area consistent with the landscaping plan approved with the conditional use permit 2-2017 and provide a traffic study to address peak hour traffic impacts. The Planning and Zoning Commission considered this item during their July 7th, 2021 meeting and recommended approval with the staff recommendation 7-0. And Ms. Busak is here to answer any questions that you may have, and I believe the applicant is present.
If I could, I would like to tell you that the requirement for this conditional use permit was a condition as approved by the CUP 2017 when it was approved. The existing church has been on the property since that time, and they are not proposing an expansion of the existing building. The preschool will occupy 10,000 square feet of the building, and there will be an outdoor area for the children to play. The staff has reviewed this and found it consistent with the comprehensive plan as far as locational criteria. The city engineer has indicated that a traffic study is necessary to address the peak hour traffic issues. They have provided us a traffic circulation plan for pickup for the kids. We do not believe that the preschool will cause nuisance issues with lights, odor, smoke, and the all the setbacks are met from the playground, consistent with the code. So the only issue that we have is the landscaping that was, again, required in 2017, but was not put in, but we're recommending that. And then a traffic study to address the peak hours. Otherwise, staff recommends approval.
What's the traffic study trying to show?
You know, as you know, schools can have some issues when it comes to stacking and making sure that those kids get picked up. And that, so if there are additional improvements that are necessary, I'm not a traffic engineer. I don't know. I know they've got a good-sized parking lot, and they have shown us the drop-off plan. But our engineer is concerned that at peak hour, with all of the traffic and the kids getting picked up, that there may be some improvements that need to be done.
Okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding a traffic study, but if they've given you the plan for pickup in their parking lot,
That's internal to the
that's
site.
internal.
And as you know, some schools don't have the right, they actually back up on the street when it comes to the pickup time. And that's the concern, is what's going to happen off of the site.
So they're looking for a traffic study on Barna and Harrison?
Yes, to talk about what will happen during those peak hours when the kids are getting picked up and dropped off, and will there be a stacking off of the site?
Okay. I get it. I do. It just seems that where they're at with their building, far away from those two roads, I would think the biggest concern I have is what's their plan to pick up, and I have a lot of experience with those plans, and I'm sure they're going to do a fine job. So I almost wish they didn't have to worry about Harrison and Barna, because that's going to be what it's going to be no matter what time of day it is. So I get it. We'll go from there. I'm doing my best here. Member Robinson.
Oh, I would just going to say that I make a motion to accept.
Well, let me hold up real quick. Are there any cards?
Yes.
Okay.
We have Chris Harvey and Dustin Sams.
Thank you.
Chris Harvey, unincorporated Titusville, Silk Oak Avenue. I'm here on behalf of the Grove Church, Lloyd Contracting. You know, you heard us talk, staff mentioned CUP 2017. Well, we've been working together with them now for the better part of 4 years on what they've done with that building there locally. So initially I came in just to be available should you guys have any questions. As part of the application process, we had to show how we would handle traffic stacking in the parking lot. And I drew a map around the perimeter, measured it out, took average car lengths. I don't remember how many cars we were able to accommodate, but they're regulated by the state. Is it 119? 119 is the maximum kids that they can have. Some of those parents are probably going to bring kids more than one. And they actually have to park inside there. They can't actually use the drop-off zone, but we showed the drop-off zone as part of the CUP. So they have to park and walk them into the building. And there's well over 200 parking spots there. I say that just to share. I would like y'all to think about maybe not going along with any kind of traffic study and us having to do extra money to show that we can actually bring 700 people in there for church on Sunday. So we ought to be able to bring in 119 kids, park in well over 200 parking spots in the parking lot, and walk them into the building between the hours of 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. So I'm here to answer any questions. Dustin can address the state regulations, where they're at with their licensing with the state.
Okay, good. Come on up.
I got a question.
Hold on, we have a question.
Just wanted to clarify. So you're saying there is no drop-off pickup. There is parking to go drop your child off, and then when you go to pick your child up, you would need to park and go inside. Is that correct?
There is a drop-off zone that's already striped out there today.
Okay.
Okay. So we showed how we would, the length of how you could navigate the parking lot to address that issue.
Mm-hmm.
But they're licensed for the preschool as it's presented, as they're prepared to open. They physically have to park and walk those kids inside.
Okay.
So they won't be driving up next to the building. Even if it's raining, they've got to get an umbrella and walk to and from the parking lot. And that's part of their state requirements.
Peggy, does that then negate the potential need for a traffic study if there is no loop or line that will be happening?
I don't know. As I said, I'm not a traffic engineer. So.
But wasn't that the main concern of the traffic
That was the main
study?
concern. Yes, that is the main concern.
Okay. And I know I see the church services. I see how many people come on this Sunday, and I'm just trying to do the math in my head with the amount of people. Okay. Thank you.
Dustin Sams, 4211 Will Scarlett. I'm the executive pastor at the Grove Church, and for the past 4 years, this has been my project in this building, and ultimately getting us to phase 3 was the game plan all along to open a preschool. We've gotten to the point now where we're intersecting where the state of Florida ACSI accreditation, business tax receipt, and your approval is all intersecting at this moment in time so that we can be able to be open by August. And of course, the staff has been great working with us, Chris, and we have no issues with, which I do want to make a caveat in alluding to 2017 site plan. We did install all of the required landscaping. It's just when now we've added the playground area, and so what staff has asked us to do is to add to duplicate that we've covered up basically out in front of the gate and the fencing and the street. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So obviously we'd take care of that. We had to remove a couple of palm trees in order to get the fencing in. We're going to put all that back. We have no issues. The traffic study issue is, I'm with Chris there, anything that would delay us potentially moving forward. We, by the state of Florida regulations, defers to our handbook for how we have children dropped off and handed off. We have 8 weeks to 4. All right. None of those age demographics are going to be handed out a door to anybody else. So they're going to have to park and take their children inside to check them in for our preschool. And if you know our staff, just among the pastors, we have 22 children under 16 years of age. So just just being able to clarify that, this is being able to use our space from Monday through Friday, which on a weekend we have a lot of people. Any questions?
I would just go back to, I was wondering about the traffic study even before anybody spoke about the traffic study, just knowing the building and knowing how that works. I get it. Is that something that has to be done, or is that something we can waive?
Absolutely, you can waive it. Yes, sir. The reason that this is coming forward as a conditional use permit is because in 2017, when you approved the CUP, you said, and if they ever want to do anything else, they have to come back. So we're here because you directed us to do that.
Okay. Well, I'm accused of saying if I was the mayor, I did this, and I don't remember that either. But I will say that as this thing came up and we started going, I didn't understand the traffic study. And again, knowing the building and knowing the parking, it just makes no sense to worry about what's happening out here. It's right here. And if you've ever been by there, and I won't say regular, but semi-regular there because I like being there. Parking's an issue. There's a lot of cars there on Sunday, and I think that they handle it very well. They handle everything very well, quite honestly. So I would like to waive the parking, not the parking, excuse me. Don't want to waive your parking.
Traffic.
I would like to waive the traffic study, but I'm not sure how we do that. Do we get a motion and vote on that too?
That's just staff's recommendation.
Okay, well, I'm making that recommendation.
There you
Anybody with
go.
me?
Well, no, yeah, I need to say something.
Oh, you can say, yeah, you're with me. Boy, all of a sudden I woke them all up. Robert Jordan.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, I've changed my mind while I've been listening to you because I go to New Life and we had to do a traffic study, and I can understand why we had to do a traffic study. But you are different. And your difference is that everyone comes into the parking lot, you have to park, and you take your kids. The traffic study I had to do for my school in Vieira, it was huge, and the fire marshal made us build a new road to get everybody off of the main streets there. But as I said, you're different. So I really don't understand. I understand the traffic study, the requirements, but this to me is different. And traffic studies are expensive.
Yes, sir.
And so if they don't have to do it, I certainly would suggest not. If there's a safety concern, as you say, we're not traffic engineers, then I'd suggest we need to do it, but I just don't see it right here.
Member Stokel.
Yep, that's kind of where I was going with this. I think I'm trying to remember back to have you guys come. I'm glad you guys are coming back, but again, I think the intent was so. I think you guys know down the road if you were to want to expand at that point, yes, a traffic
or an
study.
actual school.
Correct.
Which,
Correct.
That is not the case.
Right. So I think that was the intent. We didn't know what was going to happen, so we just wanted to be aware. So I'm in favor of not having that as part of it. Thank you for the landscaping part, and I did just want to touch on. I mean, I drove by there for 20 years with it just horrible, and what you guys have done to it and how it looks. I just want to say
is particularly pretty. I like
thank you.
Beautiful.
It's nice. I drive by there all the time, and I just want to say thank you.
Appreciate it.
Member Robinson.
Yes, this traffic study, Peggy, is this was recommended by staff, or it was just something that came out of the mouth of the members of the council?
No, it was recommended by staff, and then P&Z went along and agreed that that was a good idea.
Okay, and then staff recommended it based on probably safety standards and so forth? I'm just saying.
Our traffic engineer's best advice. Now, I can't tell you for a fact that he knew that everybody had to park and walk their children. I do not know that.
I truly have a problem going against the traffic engineers. And I understand that I love the Grove Church. I think it's a wonderful thing. But I have a problem going against, I'm an engineer myself. And if I make a recommendation, I make those recommendations based on some grounds of my education, and I want to know what they are. That's my thoughts on it, and I'm just 1 in 5.
Member Jordan.
Oh.
Member Nelson. Or Vice Mayor Nelson.
I was just going to make a motion.
Okay, just for the record, and I appreciate that. I'll just simply say I've done a lot of school parking, and it makes no sense to me. And if, quite honestly, if for some reason staff comes back and say we made a fatal error, we can discuss it again. But at this point, as I said before, anybody said anything, and I'm kind of thinking out loud here as I've gone over parking plans galore, I don't see why they need to deal with a traffic study for parking cars inside their parking lot, which won't affect traffic outside the parking lot. So whether the staff didn't understand that, I get that they're experts and they're engineers, but if you don't have all the information, sometimes we end up with paralysis with analysis. I'm not saying that's what they're doing, but that's what this would be if we slow it down. So I'm still staying by advising that we can do away with that traffic study, and I'm not sure where everybody stands. So let me go ahead.
So I'd move to approve conditional use permit number 3-2021 to allow the operation of a preschool within the existing church located at 1450 Harrison Street, with condition 1, adding the landscape and not not adding condition 2 as long as what you're describing with the people dropping the students off and walking them
I'm
in
very specific with what
goes
I
that,
do, yes.
yeah.
If we go down there and they're all the way down to Hopkins,
Yes.
we'll talk
Then we
about
have a
traffic study.
I'll have my resignation.
Second.
Do we have a second? And Member Jordan second, so I'll get Vice Mayor with the motion. Member Jordan with a second. Roll call vote.
No, based on all the conditions the staff made are not adhered to.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1. Thank you, guys. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for what you do for our city. With that, City Manager?
Next item, staff is requesting, Terry's actually requesting that Rodney said he's getting tired, so they'd like to move item 12E up to now, and then we'll get the American Rescue Act stuff completed. That will allow a few people to.
I thought Rodney was
move out.
tough. Okay.
I need a vote to move that.
Oh, okay. Roll call vote on, well, first I need a motion.
Motion.
Motion. You guys are getting tired.
Yeah,
All right, I have a motion from Vice Mayor. I have a second from Member Jordan to move this up, and roll call vote.
Member Jordan?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nelson? Yes. Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Rob?
Yes.
Motion passes. Ooh, sorry. Motion passes unanimously.
We're on item 12E. Verona Village D is a proposed 77-lot single-family home subdivision on approximately 121.3 acres located west of Willow Creek Boulevard and north of Verona, Phase 1 subdivision. The overall Verona, formerly known as Willow Creek development, consists of 675 acres, and in 2016, the remaining portion of the development, not including Phase 1, was rezoned to planned unit development, PUD, to allow for an additional 1,277 residential units and 177 acres of commercial and light industrial use. The sketch plat is consistent with the code and the comprehensive plan. The procedures for the sketch plat are enclosed for council's information. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the sketch plat at the regular meeting on July 7th, 2021, and recommended approval as recommended by staff by 6-1. And Mr. Busaka is here to answer questions that you have. And I believe the applicant is here.
The applicant is here. He's looking sleepy, but he's here. Ms. Busaka.
If you have any questions.
Thank you. Rodney? Mr. Honeycutt?
Rodney Honeycutt, 3700 South Washington Avenue, Titusville. So we're here tonight requesting approval of the sketch plat for the next village in Verona. The first village is sold out, and there's a waiting list to go to this village. This development will include about a half a mile of the extension of the boulevard. The boulevard is a 2-lane split medium landscaped. If you haven't been out there and seen it, it looks very nice. It's also going to include the main amenity for the entire site. And so there is a connection to the previous developed subdivision outside of the main boulevard road. And there's a preservation of a lot of wetlands with this, since it includes the boulevard and the amenity center. And so with that, I'll just ask if there's any questions.
Council, any questions? Okay, Mr. Honeycutt, I tell you to sit down, but there's nobody else to worry about, but I'll ask anyway. Are there any cards?
Pardon me?
Then can I have a motion to approve?
Excuse me.
Yep.
The attorney has asked me to state that the staff has reviewed this. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the master plan, and the land development regulations, and a copy of our report is within your packet. Thank you. It's late.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Member Jordan.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve Verona Village D sketch plat.
I have a motion.
Second.
Member Jordan has a motion. Vice Mayor has a second. Roll call vote.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nelson? Yes. Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Member Jordan?
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. Very well done. Thank you. City Manager.
And Mayor and Council, if you'd like to take maybe a 5-minute recess
keep
before we
going.
go into American Rescue Act.
As a mayor, I think those things, but I'm thinking we're too close.
Okay, just giving you the option. Okay, we're on to item B, which is the utilization of American Rescue Act ARPA funds. This first portion is the utilization of our first installment, which we received on June 9th of $4.3 million. And it's pursuant to passage of American Rescue Act on March 11th, 2021. There are 4 eligible categories for expenditures of these funds. A is to respond to public health emergency or its negative economic impacts, including assistance to households, small businesses, nonprofit, and aids to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality. B, to respond to workers performing essential work during COVID-19 public health emergency by providing premium pay to the eligible workers. C, for the provisions of government services to the extent of a reduction in revenue due to COVID-19 public health emergency relative to revenues collected in most recent full fiscal year prior to the emergency, and to make the necessary investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. What you'll see here, we have 5 categories of the utilization of our first installment. We anticipate the next installment coming approximately 18 months from now, so we'll be going through this same process again. So our first area that staff is recommending approval in each one of these items, this is the overarching plan. Each one of these items will come back to you for approval. We have 2 of those tonight. We have the neighborhood services, and we also have the farmers market. At your next meeting, you have the other 3 items for this first installment. So what I'm going to do now is the summary of the overarching program for this first installment of $4.3 million. The public health and negative impacts, staff is requesting the utilization of $1.532 million. Utilizing the initial budget of $1.2 million, neighborhood services will manage community and housing initiative programs to provide various human, social, and housing services to those households impacted by COVID-19 pandemic as a result of job loss, income reduction, economic hardship, or have been disproportionately burdened by the effects of the public health emergency. The department will provide oversight of these community initiatives through sub-receipts of housing developments and effectively disseminate the funds into the community's hardest hit. The second area, the initial utilization of $332,000 is the city intends to contract with the Greater Titusville Chamber of Commerce to operate a farmers market. This was previously discussed at the CRA. We plan to do 8 market days beginning August 13 and running to the end of the year. And that will be a $50 amount given out to each eligible family, and they are Titusville residents. And this particular item will come before you later this evening. Premium pay, staff has identified 350 city employees who meet the criteria outlined in the ARPA language. These employees are workers deemed to be performing essential work during the COVID pandemic to maintain continuity of operations and protecting the health and well-being of our community. Such workers include first responders, public safety personnel, sanitation, social workers, and other employees that had direct interaction with the public maintaining essential services. And we're proposing $350,000 for this. This is $1,000 per each one of the employees, the 350 that were identified. Staff made adjustments to our budget. As you recall, when we went through the budget, we actually went to rollback and some other things. So we calculated that we are not eligible for any revenue loss because we actually adjusted our budget through the process and can't account for any revenue losses. So we're not able to apply any funds to that. The next area is investment in water and sewer and broadband. Staff is recommending $2.39 million for water resources. The projects that have been identified is the Causeway Lift Station improvements, Armstrong Chemical additional project, backflow preventers, and grease interceptors. The last two are both grants. For backflow preventers, that's $100,000, and grease interceptors for $300,000. The next to last area is several stormwater projects and infrastructure improvements. Projects have been identified serving the South Street target area. The proposed use is $590,000 for this area. And finally, staff is requesting $31,597 for an external audit verification. So staff intends to contract with a third-party auditing firm to provide program oversight and ensure reporting requirements are met. Funding is set aside for $31,596. So with that, this is the overarching program. We will keep you updated as we go. We may need to make some adjustments. One program may not be going quite as we had anticipated. These are our recommendations. Staff came together in several series of meetings and came up with these dollar amounts and these programs. And like I said, we'll be bringing each one of these areas before you tonight with the program and the budget and the associated budget amendment. So we're requesting any guidance from you on this and a vote to proceed with this as directed.
And I'm not sure what everyone else will do, but I will say that as far as guidance, I was very impressed with how much attention to detail you paid. And I really like the $37,000, whatever it was, for an outside auditor. I don't know how every other city is doing it, but I think it's a very big deal to, have somebody verify what we're doing and how we're getting there, and then everything is going well. When I got to get the little summary, I was very impressed. I'm sure what will happen as we go, we will find places that we need to put some money we haven't put yet. I don't know what that is. I don't know when it will happen, if it will happen. But I think what we have right here is well planned, and I don't think that I want to come in there and try to reinvent the wheel. You guys have done a heck of a job. Member Robinson.
Yes, I read the outside auditor is a great idea. I read that little guidebook of all of the rules and things that you got to follow, all of the conditions that you have to meet. To add that on someone's plate who already has a full-time job, it would be horrible. It would be, because it's a lot of things that as I went through, that you have to watch and you have to look for, you have to be verified. And of course, they gave you money to be able to do that because they knew how difficult this could be. And I've worked on a lot of grants, and this is one that's got a lot of detail to it, and I concur with the mayor to hire someone outside to monitor that is good. It's very good, and I think that it's going to be a lot of work, Ms. Terry.
Yeah, and Member Robinson, I'd again like to compliment Terry for out of the chute. The programs she put together that you'll see in the next agenda item are tremendous, and we really want to roll those out as quickly as we can. We know the infrastructure projects are important, but we think we can make the most impact the soonest by rolling out these programs in the neighborhood services.
Totally agree. Terry, you want anything to say? Give us a little summary. No?
I'm just here if you have questions. When we get to the item, I'll be able to provide a summary.
Okay, so City Manager, what are we doing with this exactly?
I just need a vote that you approve this concept of where we're utilizing the initial installment of $4.3 million. If there's any deviation that you want us to consider, we'll do that and come back to you. But we think this is a pretty solid plan, and you'll see 2 of them tonight and 3 of them at your next meeting.
I also like the way it's being rolled out. I like that we're not getting the whole gulp one time. You're coming out with 2 at a time or whatever it may be. I think that was well thought out also. Member Robinson?
Yes, Terry, in reading that, I saw where all of our dollars have to be used in the city of Titusville. And tell me, is there going to be some, because I know that the county has money as well, and I know that there's going to be some, when we get to a certain point, there are dollars trying to be put everywhere. Do you see any problem with is the county going to be able to come in and utilize dollars within the city they normally have and they have done in the past?
Well, I think we're a little lucky with this grant that the state has thought it out, and they've given us local powers to make our programs flexible. Yes, there is a lot of money out there, every city, the county levels. I won't lie, there have been struggles to spend the money because up to this point, there have been a lot of restrictions.
Yeah.
So what we're gearing up to do locally is utilize those flexibilities to where there are presumed benefits and certain categories of residents that we can help immediately. And those that are not presumed, hopefully we can get some nonprofits to help us spread the funds out more broader than within a certain neighborhood.
And you also have a date in there that they kept on, they referred to a lot. And that date was, it had to happen before March, was it March 31st? It was March 31st, 2000, and, well, this year. So that's going to be something to monitor as well, because it had, when you expending the dollars. So it's just those kind of things that it's going to be some hurdles to go through. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we just simply need to approve by vote the whole shooting match. All right. Yeah, one at a time or both?
No, what I request council do is approve the utilization of the first installment of the American Rescue Plan funds.
So moved. Yeah. Member Jordan makes that motion as stated by city manager.
Yeah. A second.
I have a second by the vice mayor. Roll call vote.
Vice Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Member Jordan?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes. Motion passes unanimously.
On to item C. At the 11 May 2021 meeting, City Council approved advisability for the city to partner with the Greater Titusville Chamber of Commerce and hold a series of farmers markets in the downtown, utilizing Federal American Rescue Plan Act funds. The Greater Titusville Chamber of Commerce has developed a plan where the city would contract with the chamber to operate the farmers market in partnership with the city, Brevard County's University of Florida Agricultural Extension Services. The plan would involve a contract with the Titusville Chamber, and the plan proposes to continue operating the farmers market with ARPA funds, similar to the farmers market held in 2020 using federal CARES Act dollars, where $50 in token will be provided to households that have been negatively impacted by COVID pandemic. The plan proposes up to 8 market days between August 13th, 2021 and December 31st, 2021. The location is proposed to be the same place that was previously utilized on the Stephen House Way at the southern portion of Mariners Way. Eligibility will be based on Titusville mailing residence, household size, and annual household income. Each qualifying residential unit would receive $50 in tokens for use at the farmers market. We are estimating that the program will cost $332,000 and will be using American Rescue Plan Act funds. And we'll need 2 motions on this. The first motion will be to approve the American Rescue Act Farmers Market And the second will be approving a budget amendment for $332,000.
Okay. Member Jordan.
Yes, can we go ahead and do the motion now? Or do we have to?
Do we have any cards? I knew that, but I thought I'd ask. Thank you. All right, now we're set.
All right, Mr. Mayor and Council, I move that we approve the proposed American Rescue Plan Act for Farmers Market Program.
Second.
Go ahead. I have a motion,
Second.
and I have a second by the Vice Mayor. Roll call vote.
Are we doing the budget amendment in a second motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Two separate motions.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Member Jordan?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nelson?
Motion passes unanimously. Need a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve a budget amendment of $332,000.
I have a motion. Go ahead. Did you want to add more to that?
No, should I say any more?
Okay. All right, we've had a motion from Member Jordan, a second from Vice Mayor. Roll call vote.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Member Jordan?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nelson? Yes. Member Stokel?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
And Mayor and Council, if I could, before we get to item D, I'm going to run out of time. We're reaching the 10:30 limit, so I'll need Council to
I was watching that
vote
clock,
to.
but my clock says it's only 24. I think we know.
10:45? 10:45?
10:45.
Okay, I move to extend the meeting till 10:45.
Second.
Pass. All in favor? All in,
Aye.
Aye. Go.
Item D is the American Rescue Act Community Assistance Program implementation. On April 27, 2021, Council directed advisability for staff to design programs under the American Rescue Plan Act for community development housing initiatives. As a result, the Neighborhood Services Department has developed a program in accordance with ARPA interim final rule to further fund the city's COVID emergency assistance programs and provide funding opportunities for eligible services and affordable housing developments for the homeless. Highlights of the program are provide assistance to those households that have experienced a disproportionately economic impact or have experienced job loss or reduction in income directly related to the public health emergency with rent, mortgages, utilities, payments. The next area is through a request for proposal process similar to what we use with the CBGG process and or applications for low-income tax credit projects allowing funding to developers to increase the supply of affordable and high-quality housing for the homeless. Next is through a request for proposal process similar to what we use with CDBG, provide funding to services providers to provide ARPA-eligible services such as food assistance, job training, counseling, and legal aid to prevent eviction for homeless, community violence intervention programs, navigators to assist the community in applying for public benefits, support housing services for those experiencing homelessness, early learning services, educational services like tutoring, after-school programs, and support for students' social, emotional, and mental health needs, child care or home visitation programs for families with children. Staff has identified an application period which will run August 1st through September 1st for the proposal cycle for these service providers. Staff also expects to issue requests for proposal for affordable housing around the same time frame. The Neighborhood Services Department has amended the existing COVID-19 supplemental directives and policies and procedures to incorporate language for the implementation of ARPA initial funds in accordance with the governing regulations. As ARPA rules and regulations evolve at the federal level, it's noted that updates to these policies and procedures may be required from time to time by the Neighborhood Services Directors for compliance of effective operations. So the initial phase, we're dedicating to household assistant programs $510,000. We'd like to restart the community dinner program at the Harry T. Moore Center requesting $50,000 to do that. And affordable housing projects for the homeless, we're requesting $460,000 for that. And the administration of the whole program, we're requesting $180,000 for that. Staff is requesting council's authorization to incorporate the amended supplemental directive policies and procedures and application procedure guidelines as submitted, and to fund the programs according to the needs of the community as outlined in the budget. Subject to final approval by the city manager, city attorney for form and content. If approved, staff will finalize the programs and move forward with implementation. So just like this one, we're going to need a budget amendment for $1.52 million, Terry? $1.2 million. Approval of the program, number one, and then a budget amendment for $1.2 million.
So we make a motion to approve the budget amendment.
Well, yeah, I think you want to approve the program first and then do the budget amendment to fund it.
All right. Program.
Question.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Mr.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So for this one, Terry, is this focusing more on citizens rather than the businesses?
Yes, this is for
so we'll have a
households.
separate one for business.
So let me answer that. As part of our discussion, and we involved the Chamber of Commerce and some other businesses as well.
Mhm.
Right now, the SBA has a lot of programs out there. So
Mhm.
it's thought right now that we're not going to do a initial small business grant program.
Okay.
Now, if in fact, after we roll this out and a lot of small businesses come and say, I think you ought to reconsider that, we'll certainly do that. But
Okay.
the list of SBA programs that's available right now for businesses is
I
pretty
guess
detailed.
I'm concerned with the criteria for that because I know we have a lot of small businesses. I know we have a lot of new small businesses that are trying, and my concern is, one, citizens having money to frequent their businesses, and then also them being able to employ staff. I feel like I've seen restaurants, I've seen them limit their hours, and I don't know what that criteria is, but whatever we can do, and I don't own a business, so it's hard for me to know how we can help them. But that is something I would like us to investigate. And I know there are programs out there. I feel like some of them are limited, or the criteria is too, I don't know.
As we discuss this, you have to show that the impacts to your business are COVID related. So any new businesses are not eligible because of that.
Even with this new doll, okay, that's what I was
Right. So we
concerned
have,
about.
it's pretty stringent, and that's the
Mhm.
discussion that we got was they're probably better off going to the Small Business Administration or
Mhm.
whatever that has more flexibility perhaps than we have in this.
Okay. It would be kind of cool to see, and I don't know how to actually do it, but kind of like we do with the farmers market, we're able to provide the assistance, and then that also helps those that are providing it. If we could do something where we were able to help citizens and with giving them coupons or something to frequent our businesses, I don't know. I know there's people out there hurting, and a lot of them don't meet criteria, which I know is your frustration as well. But no, I'm fine with this. I appreciate it. I think, yeah, as we start seeing it, hopefully, if we're seeing a need, we can adjust if we're allowed. But yeah, thank you.
Okay. Member Jordan. Oh,
do
wait,
have one
wait.
card.
Member Robinson. Okay.
Yes, Terry, this is probably bias on my part, is that I got that, I see that $50,000, and I will publicly, openly, and ask you, you're going to get start the meals back up and everything. You're going to get Miss Leah some help over there, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Call the card, please.
It's Jason Larson.
I can ask it.
You already did.
Waited a long time for this card.
Last but not least.
There you go.
Well, thank you. My name's Jason Larson. My address is 19 Laurel Loop Circle, Tequesta, Florida. I work with Housing Trust Group. We're an affordable housing provider. And we were interested in submitting a proposal for your affordable housing projects for homeless, the $460,000. And we think it's a really good opportunity to leverage these funds with an application to Florida Housing Finance, which is a state agency that allocates housing tax credits. And specifically, it would be under their 9% housing tax credit program. And that would give us an opportunity to bring another $17 million to combine with your funding and build a larger mixed income development with some units set aside for homeless households. So our concern is just that through your process that there's enough time to go through your process as well as apply to the state. So the state's application is due August 26th. So we would just want to make sure that any maybe process you put forward, if when folks apply and then there's an award, and if we were awarded, you evidence your award through signing a form. It's just a loan form that Florida Housing puts out. We would put that in our application, and it is submitted electronically to Florida Housing. So on the August 26th, it would be submitted electronically. And this funding would give us a preference at the state because the tax credit program is highly competitive. So, and there will be other municipalities around the state that will be utilizing either these funds or other funds to make their applications to increase their affordable housing supply. So that's just it. We just wanted to say that we're excited that you're going to make a commitment to affordable housing, and just wanted to make sure that we'd have an opportunity to submit this year to Florida Housing if we were awarded. So
Okay, thank you.
All right.
And we're continuing, City Manager, to look at the CDBG concept of awards and come at one time, and we'll set that as we get closer.
What Mr. Larson is referring to is what we call low-income housing tax credit projects. And the city historically has had an open application process for those. Unfortunately, we haven't seen any or been able to fund them in quite some time because our SHIP funds have been cut. So that process, the way that we have it written so that we have a lot of flexibility, is we can do an RFP for affordable housing developers and or accept tax credit applications at the same time. Normally what happens with the state, and it always seems to be on our off, doesn't match with our calendar, is the timing of the tax credit applications most likely will precede any RFP that we would issue. So you may have a situation where you would have a tax credit application before we would issue an RFP. If we had a tax credit application that it is a viable application and it meets the intent of the American Rescue Plan Act, there may not be a need for an RFP if council so decides that that project is a viable project for the use of these funds.
Okay. Member Jordan.
Hi, I'm a little familiar with this. Actually, the application or the applicant was the one that developed the
Yes.
what do you call it? The apartments on De Leon, which is a beautiful, beautiful facility for sure. And my understanding is just the timing is definitely off. And I would suggest council, because we are concerned about our homeless, and part of this is going to be set aside for homeless and homeless veterans, I think. It would, in my opinion, be very smart for us to say that we would go along with the requirement to levy, $460,000 or whatever. The good part in my mind is basically cash flow. We don't have to give them that money, if you will, for 2 or 3 years. I think it's 2024, something like that.
That's correct. The funding would be when the complex is complete and a certificate of occupancy is issued. We would just encumber those funds, meeting the deadline for the American Rescue Plan. criteria for that.
So it would be my suggestion for council that we'll go ahead, but first we got to approve the, the community grant first, and then approve the 1.2 million, but $460,000 of that, basically have that set aside for this, this grant by Jason. And then really you can't spend it for two or 3 years, right? Or you can't levy the fund for 2 or 3 years.
So we've already got 460 allocated for housing, affordable housing.
Right.
So I don't think we could dedicate that money to any one individual tonight.
I don't know what you just said.
He's going to have to apply. For
Right. There would be an application with the low-income housing tax credit projects. What the developer would do is they submit the application to the city, the application that they would submit to the state that requires the city's concurrence on the project. That application, if I'm not mistaken, opens July 20th? July 20th. So if that was something that Mr. Larson's development wanted to apply for, they would submit that application to our department for review, and then we would make a recommendation to council for that.
Okay, so will that work with the timeline? So if he puts the
It
application in?
would be very tight. We would have it back to you on the August 24th meeting in time for them to submit it on the August 25th deadline.
Woof. Pretty close, but better than nothing, I think, so. But that would be my suggestion, that we do that for sure, because it is a great project for sure.
I like that.
Yeah.
Terry, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
No, you're good. Thank you, sir.
Terry, are there, and I understand that, and I think that it should happen. Is there any more dollars available out there with homes or SHIPS fund that they can put forth and try to get those, get our support on those dollars more sooner?
There are funds in the wing, but there hasn't been any guidelines come out on those funds, so we're a little reluctant to set those funds aside until we know exactly what they can be used for.
How long would it be quicker for us to investigate some guidance on that, and so that we won't miss the opportunity to get apply for tax credit?
It's my understanding the only other funding that I'm aware of would be again, under the American Rescue Plan Act, there is supplemental home dollars that are coming, which are not due to come out until January. So it would be way after the tax credit application period.
You good? Hold on. Before we do anything else, let me have a motion to go to 11 o'clock.
Make that motion.
Second.
Second.
All in favor, say yes. Yes. Opposed? All right, to 11. Go.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the American Rescue Plan Act COVID-19 Community Assistance Program implementation.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Member Jordan?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
I move that we approve a budget for the Community Assistance Program of $1.2 million.
Good
Second.
catch. Good catch.
Very good.
Yeah, because
I'm still here, buddy.
I'm hanging in there. We've got a motion by Member Jordan, and we've got a second by Vice Mayor, and we need another roll call vote.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
Stokel?
Yes.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Member Jordan?
Yes.
And we have another unanimous vote, and now we move forward.
The next item is item 13, petitions and requests from the public present on agenda items.
We won't accept any of those at this moment. Take care, guys. Thank you. You good? All right, we move on to the mayor and council reports. Council members, anything you need to say? You're kidding me.
No, I'm not kidding. It's very simple. It's very simple. I have to say, I just want to wish my wife, as of yesterday, of 41 years being with me.
Congratulations.
So, love her so much, and I know she's waiting home for me right now. So that's it.
I just want to add that when I had my 42nd anniversary, member Jordan said, "I can't believe she's still with you." So.
I can't believe it.
Okay. Congratulations, member Jordan, and that's awesome. Member Robinson.
Yes, it's been a lot of activities going on, a lot of things going as you know, and it has been nice interacting with our constituents out there, and being over in Orlando, finding out how the TPO work a little bit better. I was over at the Metro TPO on this past week, and found out some things there, and just singing firecrackers. Dang, I enjoyed that. Yeah, that was really nice, and I know you were standing on your patio watching it. And it was really nice. I was glad to be with the mayor and making his speech, and it's been several things that we did since
We've done some things together, sir. We have, and you're right. My right-hand man, we sit at the bench a lot, waiting for people to get there. We're early.
Yes, and I just want to say it's going good, and people are receiving us well, and it's been a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Been a lot of fun.
Vice Mayor? Nothing?
I'm quiet.
Good job. Member Stokel?
Mine's pretty quick. Just letting you guys know our Space Coast League of Cities meetings are meeting in person now. I just went to our second in-person one yesterday. And just to clarify, I know Member Robinson, he filled in for me one time via Zoom, but only one of us can be on the board, but multiple of us can go to the dinner that's following that. So I just wanted to extend that invitation to you guys. Some of the other cities have multiple. Not the board meeting, the meeting after for the general meeting. And you can come to the dinner and participate. Other cities have multiple members of their council attend. So if anyone was interested, I wanted to make sure you guys knew of that. I find them very helpful, beneficial, just even learning from others that serve on their councils in our city. And then Friday, I'm going to Orlando for another policy committee meeting. As before, some of the same issues, short-term rentals we're working on. I'm still working on being able to regulate smoking in beaches and parks. So that will be my big issue I'm going to be trying to work on in Tallahassee. So that's my update.
And I will conclude. Member Robinson was there and city manager. The fireworks were great. I really thought they were super. They could be seen from everywhere, from Marina Park, Sandpoint Park, US 1, Temple Baptist, and then we were right down there at Chain of Lakes. Had a really, really good crowd. And this kind of goes into the little speech I gave that was, we are back. And I don't just mean that we're back in fireworks. We're back in Titusville because, again, tomorrow there's ribbon cuttings and groundbreakings on almost a daily basis. And this town is back, and we're rolling. And this council is doing a great job, and I'm proud to work with you guys. And we're moving on. So that being said, I'm done. City manager.
On the city manager's report, I have 2 information items and 1 action item. I'd like to do the action item first. It's a change order to the Marina Storage Building. Staff is requesting council authorize $1,895 as a change order. The amount covers price increases in the cost of lumber and necessary material to finish the building. The building was originally $90,285, and it came in at $92,180.
So we need to do that.
Yeah, I'll need a motion.
I need a motion and a second.
Second.
Member Jordan with the motion, Vice Mayor with the second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Next item is for information. Mayor Diesel signed the proclamation terminating the local state of emergency on 1 July, which you see the council chambers has set back normally all the temporary measures that were put in place to accommodate the COVID have been rescinded by your ordinance, or correction, your resolution. So there was a little confusion with a couple citizens about what was happening, but your proclamation terminated that resolution of the temporary measures that were put in place.
Can I just add, and I think he's pretty much saying that if someone comes to you and say, what happened to this, what happened to that, we simply are going back to normal. That's all it is. You know, I say we're back. Well, we're going back too. So I've had a few people email me, why aren't we doing this? Why aren't we doing that? Well, because we're back off of the COVID emergency, and the proclamation states we're back to normal. So everything's back to normal. There's no less communication than there always has been. So that's where we're at.
And last, staff published the 5th annual, it's hard to believe, Titusville Talking Points today. We sent you a link to that. The hard copy edition should be done, it's at the printer now, by tomorrow or the next day. So it's a very good document. Again, it's one of the finest products that we do in-house, and several other cities are envious of our staff's ability to put such a great document together. And though Jim's team is out in front with that, it really is a true total staff effort, because we have people editing, we have people going out flying drones to get accurate pictures and everything. So I just want to commend the team for putting that document together every quarter. I think it's well done. So with that, City Attorney has a few items, and then we'll be done.
Really?
Unless you have anything else for me.
You got 7 minutes.
There will be quick. Item 16A, our labor attorney is Jeff Mandel with Fisher Phillips. He's been doing city work for 20 plus years. In union negotiations, if we have certain arbitrations, he's on an as-needed basis. He's recently requested to increase his hourly rate by $15. He has not increased it since 2018, so I'm asking for a motion to accept his increase in hourly rate to $295.
So move.
I got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Next item is 16B, engagement letter from attorney Thomas A. Cloud of Gray Robinson. This would retain Mr. Cloud in regard to matters involving utilities and the FDEP consent order and any challenges that may come with regard to the consent order with FDEP. You know, we've published, you know, people could ask for an arbitration or file challenges, and I'm asking to retain Mr. Cloud as a utility expert on an as-needed basis to address those challenges.
So move.
I have a motion and a second, but I'd also want to say, as I said to you before, that's a out in front of the curve move. I appreciate that very much. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
The third item is authorizing my office to vote to accept the debtor's Fifth Amended Joint Chapter 11 Plan of Reorganization of Purdue Pharma LP. If you recall, they had the opioid litigation with Purdue Pharma, and their reorganization under Chapter 11 in their bankruptcy is part of that plan. And I have to vote whether to accept or deny the debtor's Fifth Amendment Joint Chapter 11 plan. So I'm asking for authorization to accept that plan.
So move.
Got a motion. I got a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Let me try that again. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
One last thing I'm passing out. At your May 25th meeting, council authorized me to retain Nikki Day, also Bryant Miller Olive, with regard to looking at some of our processes and procedures. And based on that authorization, I've done that. I'm passing out to you her contract, in retaining her to do that. So I'll be working with her to look over some of our processes and procedures as we move forward.
Okay.
And as a reminder, next Tuesday at 5:30 will be your tree ordinance workshop. I'll be sending out the read-ahead slides to the council tomorrow. Got a couple of final touches we have to put on.
Good. I appreciate that. That should be 5:30 to about 7:30. We're going to do our best to keep all speakers to 3 minutes and get this thing done in 2 hours. Anything else? Nope. With that, meeting adjourned.
God bless.